find some kind of program or start one yourself if you have to, and take whatever skill sets or whatever knowledge you have and share that with them. And if you want, you can just do crafts, right? You can just do crafts with kids. They love that kind of stuff. Put on some music, do some crafts, invite the parents to like hang out and chill if they want to, and then just like while you're doing crafts with kids, you can share your wisdom and express just an interest in their day-to-day life and give them extra opportunities to be heard and seen, which a lot of children feel like they don't have enough of in their home,
and
because the parents are busy.
that's what I wanted at least to do. Um,
Right. Well, that's the
I'm
great thing about it is we don't have to have children of our own to be able to pass that along to somebody.
I don't know. It's just like I don't know if I what I have to contribute to society is worth passing on, but it's
You know what?
just
Here's the
something
thing.
that
If you can just help even one child that doesn't really feel seen enough or heard enough, right? If you can just make one child feel seen and heard and validated and understood, right? And just be there for them in their journey when they're struggling with something, you don't even have to be a fountain of wisdom or have a special skill set. Just that's enough for a lot of kids that they don't have enough of that at home. You know, some of them come from two-parent households that both have to work all the time, or one-parent household and then they definitely have to work all the time. And then when the parent gets home and the kid's home from school, everybody's stressed and tired, and there's homework to do and all kinds of things to juggle, and the parents trying to be responsible, and a lot of times the kid just feels understandably lost in the shuffle, right? And they just need someone to say, I see you and I hear you, right? And it's not that parents don't try to be that for their kids, but sometimes it's not enough because it can be. So even if you could just do that in your community, just join some crafting sessions or host it yourself at like one of the local, like the Pottery Barn or something, like anywhere, right? Anywhere public, and just schedule a monthly thing at the park or something and tell parents to come, go ahead and bring their kids and they can all hang out with us and do crafts and stuff. And you'd be amazing. You'd be amazed at how much of a difference it can really make. But yeah, I mean, some people still feel empty and like they're missing out if they don't have kids of their own. And I get that too. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't feel a certain way, but I don't want anybody
well,
to feel
for me
bad.
for me having kids is a colossal um undertaking, and it's like I keep not it's not colossal, but it's just the fact that I have
Sure.
a permanent disability on top
Yeah.
of being a parent. I
Right.
can't
That
do
would makes it. Right. That would make it so much harder. Like now with the disability issues I have, that the doctors don't even know why get dizzy all the time. I couldn't start over and raise kids even if I wanted to. Like I would, unless I was rich and had somebody to be there to do all the stuff I didn't have the energy to do. Like I just couldn't do it. It wouldn't matter. I wouldn't be physically able to. So, in a way, I was lucky that I had an opportunity that I used to be healthy enough, but I wasted that by having it with the wrong person, and now
All
those
right.
those years are night. So
Why
life
does it
without
say
regret
Twitch tester is now
what you
live?
need
Did
to
I
do
go on the
is
wrong
just where
channel?
we're
Hang
at.
on.
So, Melody, Joy, I missed it.
Appreciate
I don't
y'all.
know
Yeah,
what
I'm
you
just
were
over here
talking
listening
about
to
when you said I
James real
missed that
quick.
so much. I'm not sure what that was in reference to,
Oh yeah, I
but I'd
did
really
turn my
like to
Twitch
know.
tester account
B.S.
on.
Lewis says, I feel like
Whoops.
Tux has an army of evil henchmen he calls kids. Tux says, Mwahaha. And I believe that too. Like, I can just picture that. Like, it's funny. Jay
Um,
went live according to YouTube Punk, so I'm probably going to jump over there in a minute. Logan Fisher says, showing kids that you think they are cool is such a good feeling. I remember being so stoked when some older kids gave me props. So yeah, even teaching that as a skill to older kids to show them the value of let them being the ones that make the younger kids feel seen and heard and honored. Like that can be a really huge thing, like a ripple effect. Um, Melody Joyce says, James, I miss being able to sleep whenever I want. Right. That is such a huge sacrifice that people make. And it takes directly from your physical health and your mental health to not get enough sleep. It drains you. This is one of the reasons why people say it takes a village to raise a child, especially more than one child, but even just one. It takes a village. If you don't have that village, sacrifices are going to be made along the way that are very unfortunate. B.S. Lewis says, I ignore my kids as much as possible, send notes to them through weirdos and sprees. Be a sky daddy. Be a sky daddy, B.S. Lewis says. Ritual sacrifices or something. Jay, we were just about to head over to your channel, buddy.
Why? Why?
Because we want to discuss that video about you, right?
Oh yeah. But you don't have to come to my channel. I'm trying to eat some cereal, so you should be live. Why I got to do all the work around here? I just want to play.
Right?
It's Monday. I just want to play video games.
I gotcha. Eat cereal, play video games, the good bachelor life. Hey, I feel you on that one. YouTube Punk says Sky Daddy energy. And Vaguely Agnostic says, smote them. Smote them all. I like it. Smote. So, yeah, I think that there would be a lot less people having children every generation if they were properly informed about what it really takes to raise a child, what they're really going to have to sacrifice, what it's really going to be like to raise those children, and the risks that they're taking along the way. If they understood all of that, I think way less people would have kids, because our culture pushes this idyllic idea of what it means to have a family, and it makes it look so beautiful and wholesome and joyous and fulfilling and on TV, and it's not. It's people being too damn tired all the damn time, and you're even lucky to have sex anymore.
James, what you're describing is the big lie.
The big lie.
It's even bigger than the Trump lie. It's bigger than the creationism lie. It's the necessary big lie. You got to ask yourself, walk up to any woman that has more than one child, right?
Yep.
And just slap that bitch in the face. No, I'm seriously, you can walk up to any woman that has more than one child, put that on your spreadsheet, Peter W. Just slap that hoe in the face. You a stupid motherfucker. Why? Because you endured the pain of childbirth, right? It was agonizing, and every one of them will tell you the same thing. Now, look, they mad at what I said, but they really not that mad. Why? Because, look, you sat up there in that hospital bed and said what? The first time you had a baby and you went through it and the labor and the pain and the sickness and the shit and it pushed out and all that, you said to yourself what? I am never doing this shit again. Right? Every single one of them laid up in that fucking hospital bed, looked their husband in the face, squeezed his hand as hard, they almost broke his goddamn finger squeezing his hand that hard, and said, we are never doing this shit. Now, bitch, tell me why you got more than one child, right? Mm-hmm. It's not because they're stupid. It's not because they're crazy. It's because we're programmed by genes that literally make sure they forget that. Right? And so this has been well studied, right? You have hormones and chemistry and all types of shit that's way more important than your family planning, your vision for your career, and that silly ass promise you made to your husband that will ensure your desire to have sex, increase your family, whatever, will just have you forget that pain long enough to have another one. And it's hardwired into us. And then so is that emotional attachment to your kid, that need to celebrate them. It's like Christians do with their identity. Like, we know that their God don't exist for the most part. We're pretty confident about that, but they won't stop telling you how great he is and wonderful and everything he does every day. And parents are the same goddamn way with their kids. Your kid sucks. Sorry to tell you this, parents, your kid sucks. Your kid's not going to be Beethoven, Obama, and none of that shit. Your kid fucking sucks. Like I suck. Like most of us is just average motherfuckers. Your kid is probably just average motherfucker. But man, aren't you obligated to tell us how wonderful their ability to add 2 + 2 and get 4 is? Right? And every parent has a story to tell you. My child is uniquely musical. They started singing early. They walked early. They talked early. They did fifth grade math in the third grade, all of that shit. And everybody sits there and has the same response. We don't give a fuck. Right? So it's just hardwired into it. So it literally is the big lie. And everybody has to go on with it. And like you said, you got to make the Disney movies and the family holidays. And everybody's got to sit around and, you know, oh my goodness, we can't wait till you have your own family and you can cook Thanksgiving. That's what my mother's doing, right? My mother earned her way out, y'all. She earned her way out the hood. She earned her way out of poverty. She earned her way into the executive suite. My mother can afford to retire and move anywhere in the world she wants. And she's building a fucking family home. She built a family home back near where she lives so she could go take care of her parents. Because it's just hardwired into her to overcome her personal plan of going somewhere warm and sunny and playing golf. Right?
It's actually the same thing for my mother, actually. Like, she passed away, but the thing is that she went to university, and like one of her crutch sorry, I'll just go. Sorry for bouncing around. Well, for one of her crutches is to answer your comment about the instincts. Is that she wanted to have a girl. Instead, she had 3 boys. And 2 of them are twins, which is me and my twin brother. Well, elderly twin brother, because I'm the ham of the sandwich. Anyway. And my little brother is 7 years younger than me. So, yeah.
Yeah, you can't always get what you can't always get the way you picture it, right? Like I wanted things to go differently too, but what are you gonna do, right? Like, we get what we get, and there's a lot of people have this idea in their mind about exactly how family life is going to be, exactly what kind of kids they're gonna have. They're gonna have a boy, and they're gonna have a girl, and they're gonna they're the person they're gonna have these kids with. They're gonna like treat them well and be part of a loving, mutually of the family, and then a lot of times your mate, like, they don't handle it well, to be under financial stress or to be under like sleep deprived stress or be under other kind of problems, and they didn't understand what they were signing up for, right? And they didn't know what they were capable of until they were tested, and now they're failing. And there's all kinds of problems that happen. So sometimes people get lucky, right? The money's good enough, and the health is good enough, and the psychologies are good enough, and things fall into place. The kids win the genetic lottery. There's no major like problems there. They just get lucky, right? It's a roll of the dice, roll of the dice, roll of the dice. And some people keep getting lucky, and some people don't. And it only takes one bad dice roll to end up with a situation that just completely sends your life in a different direction than you thought it was going to go. And then all we can do is roll with it at that point. Now, looking back, one of the biggest mistakes I made, other than having children with the psycho, is that I stayed and tried to try to figure out a way to get that person psychological help while raising the kids and taking care of them. And while they were being abusive, I kept trying to think I could get them to a state where they won't be abusive anymore, right? Like,
I'm a timeless, spaceless, immaterial being. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
You did.
I thought I was muted. I meant that Jerome Robinson said it seems like I'm ever present online recently. So, just don't have the same material limitations as you mortals. Sorry, but no, I think this is really true. And so I'm of course joking about assaulting mothers, but I do think it's the big lie in the sense that our species really depends on it, right? Like if you think about what it is, it's just again that you're a machine encoded by a program that wants to make sure you make more monkeys, and it has to make sure that you forget how painful it is, and that you keep trying, and that you romanticize the idea of getting it right with your next partner, right? And that you think, okay, so I spit out the black sheep of the family, but this time I'll spit out the white knight, right? And it's just all part of the song and dance that we have to go along with, literally to maintain our existence. And so I was serious about it. It's bigger than the Trump lie, because that's just a political fucking fairy tale. We all know that. It's even bigger than creationism, because that's just some religion telling you were created by Magic Sky Daddy when clearly you evolved. But this is the real shit where the actual author and finisher of our experience and our actual maker is like, no, yeah, I programmed this delusion into y'all because I don't really give a shit. I just need you to make sure you keep making monkeys. So you're going to keep making monkeys, and if Disney movies make sure your dumbass gets in there and makes me another monkey, your ass is going to weep at every Disney movie and go, honey, we need to start a family, right? You know, and I've met women that said, I swore off having a family, and then I met you and I realized we just need to reproduce, and you'd be like, sex is good, but no.
I mean, I tell everybody, a lot of times if somebody asks you for your advice, do you think I should have kids or not, most people will hedge about it. Well, I don't know, it depends on how you really feel and what you really want out of life. I don't hedge at all. I just say, nope. Doesn't matter who you are, how much money you got, how good your genetics is, how much you're in love with the idea, or whatever. No. Do not have kids. I don't care who you are. It's a mistake. Don't do it. The world does not need more monkeys, and you need more sleep.
Right.
You know, just that damn simple.
I'm just saying my age gap is it's at that stage where everybody's getting married and have kids.
Oh yeah, me too, for sure.
Stuff like that, because like I'm in my early 30s.
They're making mistakes, Chris. They don't know it yet, but they're making mistakes. I'm sorry, but they're making mistakes. So just be glad you can be
maybe
that mistake, that's
anyway.
A mistake. No, for sure.
But yeah. So I don't really know where. I don't think that I'm going to go down that road because of ethical reasons, or at least ethical in my perspective of things. But I do. But the thing is that I do want companionship.
Hey, that companionship makes sense. But you can have companionship without kids. So I always tell somebody, if you're gonna find a companion, find one you don't have kids by, because you're gonna regret it. You will regret it one way or another.
Yeah, but it's it's at this age, it's hard to find a girl that doesn't doesn't.
Yeah, I think even the women, I hate to say this, so I've actually been pleasantly surprised, right? Because growing up with the Christian indoctrination, I always thought it'd be really hard to find women who don't want kids, and I've still fucked this up by allowing myself to get serious with women who do want kids, because I kind of know that I don't, but I've always left this, the right person can change my mind, and I think I probably need to stop that, because I keep thinking that a person's right enough to change my mind on it, and they're definitely not. But yeah, I think even a woman who maybe when she was younger didn't want to have kids, and if she had kids now, 5 or 10 years from now, she would say, man, I'd have done that differently. There is that thing to where there's sort of there's a biological clock there, right? And there's your reproductive viability falls off a cliff after a certain age, and that's not someone's feelings or opinion. That's just the way the broken ass genetic system works.
No.
What?
My mom had me and my twin at 30.
No. Fertility falls off a cliff. Yeah, after 35. There you go. Boom. Right. You hit the right number.
And then she basically had my little brother.
Yes. But please don't be the person that tries to tell the scientists there isn't a trend because of that one data point on the graph. Right? Because it just isn't.
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying that what happened.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you could look at the reproductive rates of women by age and you'll just see it fall off a cliff, right? So I'm just saying that's what the trend will look like. Yeah, of course, there's always people that they're going to be a woman who has birth in her 60s. That doesn't make it common. And so all I'm saying is that for people who may or may not have even seen children in their life plan beforehand or afterward, there is changes that are going to be happening in their body around the age that you and I are at that is pushing that hard on them right now. That's, I believe, influencing them to feel that pressure, right? That was the problem in my last relationship. I was dating someone who was 30, right? She just turned 30, and she's celebrating her 30th birthday going, I don't know if I can be in a relationship for 5 years and then think about having kids because I'll be 35, right? So she's going, if I'm going to be with somebody and have a family, we got to know that almost right away. And a couple years from now, he's got to be ready to put an egg in me. And I'm sitting there going, I just finished my PhD. You got about 7 or 8 years before I even have a stable job. So we're not on the same page about what's about to happen, right? For the next 5 or 10 years, right? It's just not, we're just totally sorry. You want to know who owns my ass? You should have looked at my shirt. The University of Minnesota.
There you go.
Right? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just, we ain't on the same page about it.
People,
yeah.
Dude, if you're not financially stable yet, don't even consider it.
Right.
The studies all show not only will you be just like throwing your health and happiness in the toilet, not only will you regret it for a host of reasons, but children that grow up in extreme poverty have a significantly higher rate of mental developmental problems, learning problems, emotional problems, psychiatric problems, you name it. They have all kinds of problems at a statistically significantly higher rate than children born to financially stable families.
Yeah.
That's just the way that it is.
And there's also, like Wayne said, y'all need dogs and prostitutes, not wives. Amen, brother.
Hell yeah.
Because even a dog, like part of the reason I don't want to have a child is because I've gotten older on having a dog, right? You know, I've had Sam for 10 years, right? It's just different now than when I got him. And there are nights where it's a pain in the ass to take his ass out because he's getting older, so he needs to go out more. I'm getting older. I want to go outside less, right?
Right.
So, syncing that up so that I can get a really good full night's sleep, but make sure he's not shitting in his crate is a fucking struggle.
Right, it's way harder with an actual child than with a dog.
Exactly. And then it's just times where it's like, he used to sleep in the same bed as me every night, and then it got older. It was just better for both of our sleep that we don't sleep in the same bed. So, right, because when he sleeps with me, he's up half the night and tossing and turning and getting restless and moving around, and so it's like now it's like he sleeps with me one night a week and one night on the weekend usually, right? So that we can both sleep and get the rest we need. It's better for both of us. And I know, and like Doug's the same way with his marriage, right? There's a lot of couples out of that where you just eventually realize, I love you, but sleeping in the same bed as another human being is not nearly the quality of sleep as having a king-size bed to yourself and not having to get up because, again, my last partner, she had to get up for elementary school. And while I work at a university, I don't work in the morning, right? So I'm up at 6 o'clock in the morning because your ass got to get out of bed.
So... Right. I cannot tell you this enough. Any married couples out there, look, you need a second bedroom.
Right. That's where I was. Let's get together the nights we fucking. Let's watch movies, watch Netflix together. You go your way, I'll go mine.
That's how it should be. Honestly, most people are happier that way. Some people, try it. If you're married, kids or no kids, if you're married, try it.
Just give it a try. You ain't getting divorced. You ain't even got to tell nobody. It could be a little secret.
Right.
Yeah, well, I think that's what I'm going to do if I get a girl, I guess, eventually. I don't know. It's because, first of all, I am a roller. During the night, I cannot stay still and stuff like that. And also sometimes I wake up at random times of the hour because my internal clock just does that to me, and I basically have to walk around 5 minutes and then go back to sleep. So yeah, two bedrooms makes sense. Anyway,
right?
Yeah.
Melody's making a good point too about how religion can send you down the wrong path on that. You feel like you can't have sex unless you're married, and then you feel all this pressure to have kids.
Boom. Yep. Guilty of all of it.
Yep.
Guilty of all of it. I have an ex-wife who should have just, not legally, because I told you my Jesus wife, who never legally got married. But, I have an ex-marriage attempt that should have just been an ex-girlfriend if it wasn't for the fact that we met, at a church while we were both working at a church under the leadership of people who were, you either need to be trying to get married to something. Literally, their thing was with her, and so people know how serious it was. It was a marriage proposal when I asked her out because we were both working at a church. She was, she was there. She was there on a mission trip. So I worked at the church. She was there leading a mission trip, right? And we kind of fall in love while she's on this mission trip. And it's like, but the time we're under the leadership of this ministry and everything they're teaching us is about like intentional relationships. And so it was literally like, if you're going to pursue a woman and she's not your standard of the woman you want to marry and you don't already know that, why are you trying to get her phone number? Right. So it was literally like, hi, like, I think if me and you're going to talk about, you know, dating, you understand, like, I'm trying to do this so that we'll get married, but, you know, sorry. And then we were engaged 10 days later or something, right? Like, you know what I mean? Because that's just what it was. And then your kids and like people say you're horny, you want to, you know, and y'all are messing around, but then you're like, well, we got to do this right, so let's get married ASAP, right? Like that's just how it, you know. And then you figure out a relationship. And I always said like there were so many things that either number one we would have learned, okay, let's not get married and let's, you know, she should, like I said, she should have been a girlfriend instead of an ex-wife, but beyond that, maybe even in the long run, the relationship would have had a better chance had it just had a healthier, normal start to get to know each other and work through some things first, right? Rather than jumping straight to the pressures of marriage and cohabitating and family planning, which young people just don't really need just because they met somebody they really like and would like to spend some more time with.
Well, you know, for me, I lost my virginity through prostitution, actually.
High five.
Might be the way to go, right?
I don't know.
Hey, I had that hot stepsister fantasy, if anybody's that curious.
No, but it's just.
Yeah.
I mean,
I lost mine.
Like there's two stories that like there's another story attached to it. Like I went to a strip club when I was 22 by the trickery of, once again, my eldest cousin. It's like a birthday present kind of thing that he wanted to, but even if it was in the middle of like July and all that crap, and yeah, but at the end of the day, I was basically just not really in a good mood. I basically felt like I had to put a rain check, like a cold water bucket on my head because I didn't know if I could control myself to, you know, that not end up in jail. And, you know, because all these new emotions, because in my situation, you don't really get to experience that type of thing, or because you have to have somebody that's understanding and all that stuff and blah blah blah. Anyway, story for another day. But when after my mother died, I just was like, fuck it, I want to experience what it is to, you know, have sex, I guess. And I basically just, you know, asked the girl, she was in university and all that stuff. And, well, you know, through online stuff, and probably that's not your best thing to do, but whatever. And I gave everything that I have to give, you know, and
yeah, because you're young, you don't know any better,
and you know, and I am eternally grateful for her. To, even though I basically was a shitty partner, probably because it was my first time.
Everybody sucks their first time. Nobody's great the first time.
Seriously.
Yeah, but still, like, and I still probably suck because, you know, I haven't have any experience since then. Sure. But I'm eternally grateful to her, and if it really comes down to it, I would defend her honor if anybody just calling her a slut, prostitute, and whatever.
Sure, sex workers do need more respect in our society.
Absolutely.
And it needs to be legalized, to be honest. In my non-humble, cause fuck him opinion, criminalizing all sex work is a violation of humanity. It is a violation of human rights. And because there's so many people out there who don't have any access except through that means. And
And also, like, it's sort of like the trans thing. Everybody, like they say, everybody in your life, you've shared a bathroom, shared a gym, done whatever the fuck thing you're afraid of doing with a trans person, you just don't know it. And I've known a bunch of sex workers and dated them. I'm like a square at some sense. So I'm kind of like this hopeless romantic that doesn't like the idea of paying for sex because I'm romantic and it just doesn't stoke my fire. But I don't like that, right? I'm also like a fucking weird, like, I still got the Christian indoctrination in me. Let's just put it that way, right? And so it comes with sexual hangups, right? Even when you shed the faith, you don't shed all the sexual hangups. But I've definitely like dated sex workers and like were people involved in the sex trade, right? Let's put it that way. And it's like it's dehumanizing to have. Like Gin and Truth talked about this with Brie Olson, how it's like the same people that jerked off to her are the same people who treat her like shit, right? And it's like, you fuck with a stripper and you're like, dudes literally come to your fucking business so that they can watch you and jerk off to you. And then when they see you in the street or in the class, like the first stripper I ever messed around with was a classmate of mine, right? And it was a very interesting experience because she was a stripper. She got around. Like, everybody knew that. You see what I'm saying? But she was wicked smart. And I actually knew her because we were in honors English class together. And so we were just homies, right? I would just smoke weed with her, have fun. And we ended up just, like, fucking, But I genuinely just considered her a friend. Do you see what I'm saying? And when she would tell me the stories about the shit people, like, said to her and the way people treat her, I'd be like, this is so weird to me because clearly you're hot and you're a stripper and everybody wants to get with you. So I'm not really sure where the like treating you like crap is coming from. But it's the same thing. Like that happened to Brie Olson. It happens to porn stars. I dated a cam girl who dealt with a lot of harassment and shit. Just anybody, people who are like sort of recreational prostitutes, I'd say. Like they're people you just meet who happen to have arrangements with people. James, you ever met some of these women, right? You would call them like full-time sex workers, but they make a few bucks here and there with an arrangement with a person or whatever.
Honestly, that's pretty normal in the city, to be honest.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty normal.
My case, but anyway, and she was beautiful, but it's not exactly like stupidly. But anyway, it was enough to pique my interest. Anyway, but like
Logan Fisher just said jealousy from a preconceived notion of ease of work. Yeah, you know what I've been dealing with that lately? My colleagues in YouTube. I almost want all my colleagues to start YouTube channels just so they can have the experience of going live for 0 people. Then I can slap them in the face and go, yeah, fuck face. It's hard to build an audience. Takes this thing we call, work. 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 That's what it takes to start a YouTube channel. A whole lot of fucking work. And your dumbass sees other people having a good time, entertaining, chit-chatting with their friends or playing video games on the internet, and you had the dumbass idea to come out your face and treat them like that shit ain't hard as fuck to actually get people to watch you do that. Your ass, put up a camera right now. Oh, you got a PhD in science? Great. Put up a camera and talk about it. Oh, you play video games? Cool. Put up a camera and watch and stream yourself playing video games. And tell me how many people watch you at the end of the day. Oh, 0? Interesting. Sounds like you got some fucking work to do, right? Like, so it just gets irritating, but it's the same thing. It's jealousy from a preconceived notion of ease of work. Somebody's job is to make it look easy. They're great at that, and your dumbass thinks that it is easy because you don't know what the fuck you're doing, right?
It's not 2005, too.
Exactly. Thank you. Facts,
because
Chris.
because it's like PewDiePie and all those well, not grade A's, but those guys that basically just like do reactions, but they have like I don't know 10 million followers. They don't have to do a single goddamn thing in their lives right now.
Yeah, but they grinded it out
But
early in the
thing is,
platform when it was nothing, right? And they put the work in to get it to that point. You know, there's a lot of people who are captains. Oh yeah, okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
No, you're
sorry,
good. You're good.
Went to the point just like in reverse. But anyway, but they made the work and they basically filled the space. So it's pretty much how it is that for you it'll probably take you twice amount of effort or even like thrice or even,
Right.
4 times to get to a respectable like size,
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
it would probably be like what 5K, probably 10K if you
Yeah, right. And that's a crazy hurdle that even if you look at our entire content creation space, there's only a handful of us, you know, close to that or above it. And yeah, and it's just kind of interesting. But I feel the same way about sex work, right? Like, if you really, you know, like I've known some people who do make a living at that, or you know, like if you think about porn stars, like when I see that, like, first off, I watch me a lot of porn and I love it. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it's a performance. And you know, it's like when I watch wrestling. Like, you're watching some people who are the best in the world at this, and if they're not, people let them know. Like, but on top of that, it's like not only is their performance like crazy hard, like stuff I wouldn't even really want to do. Like, honestly, most of the stuff I say, I'm like, I'm glad I wouldn't even want to. But beyond that, it's like, is that what you think their job is? Oh, because you're a fucking dumbass. Let me tell you what they really got to do. Crazy interviews, marketing, websites, blogging, OnlyFans, meet and greets, porn star conventions, fucking traveling all over the world, fucking how many, I can't even tell you how many people that they don't want to fuck, that they probably don't even want to talk to. They've all got no list, but they've also got the, it isn't on my no list, I don't exactly enjoy it, but this is my job. So it's in my yellow list. It's in my, it's not, I don't wake out of bed excited to do it, but if you pay the fee, you know what I'm saying, James? Right? Mm-hmm. And they make that shit look like it's the fucking their dream. Like, she just woke up that morning dreaming of getting pissed on, and she falls asleep every night getting pissed on. Truth is, she just has like a 20% bump you got to pay for piss stuff, and she just makes it look like, and she's magic. You know, she's like the piss queen. She fucking hates that shit, thinks it's gross, right? But like, you don't want to know that. You don't care, because that's not what you're there for, right? And so it's like, people don't realize that, like, when you see a porn star, you see a star. Somebody who takes an industry filled with talent that's, you know, literally crawling and scratching, and everybody can suck and fuck, right? So these motherfuckers are marketing geniuses and icons and whatever, and it's like, yo, you gotta respect you know, what they're doing in front of the camera is like this much of that pie, right? Mm-hmm. And I just think people just need to respect that, like. It's the same thing like being a scientist. Like, you know, okay, you're in the lab. Sure, you're happy when you're in the lab. You're lucky if you're in the lab, right? Because you got to do meetings and teach and write grants and sit there and write manuscripts, and none of that is glorious, fun, or interesting, or exciting. Anybody tells you this is fucking lying to you. Right? So celebrating some paper they wrote or some big lab experiment, that's just that's how they market the show, right? Yep. That isn't the fucking job. Mm-mm.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the things of like why I guess my twin brother couldn't stand university or even college for that matter. It's because he was too independent and just wanted to just do stuff. Like he did like art. Like he went to college for art for a while, but he just like tried to go the distance of doing like a proper undergrad degree, but he was just like, nope, that's not for me. And he surprisingly is a tall ship sailor now. So yeah, and he's been doing that for what, 10 years minimum now. And yeah, he's a qualified officer, and yeah, with all that, and but yeah, but his specialty, like I said, is he does tankers, what's called tankers, which is basically it's basic cargo ships these days. But his specialty is tall ships, square rigs, stuff like that, and he does that for about 8 months in the year, and yeah, comes home for about a month or two, even 3, and just rinse and repeat in a way. So
it's a tough life.
Yeah.
It's like almost like being in the Navy.
It is in a way, but it's what he does, or what he's kind of chosen to do, I guess, in a way. And it's actually funny because he kind of once told me that sometimes I wonder, like, why the hell am I doing this, as in like exasperating, but it's just like a musing of like, what in the millionth of chances of me doing that. And it's actually started with a program called Class Afloat, and yeah, but I'll just another story for another time. But I kind of told him, you are now the guardian of your profession that has existed for more than 600 years. You are that guardian. You are, and your duty right now is to pass it on, to ensure that what you're doing right now survives. And because not a lot of people know how to do
that trade, yeah.
To navigate a boat, navigate a boat with a sail.
Right.
It's all
Wow.
it's all just, like I said, tankers. It's all just like, all diesel engine and turbines and stuff like that, and just point at a
That's crazy. Yeah, he likes it. He's out there in the world, right? Like, shit could go wrong. You gotta really know your shit. And the world depends on ships. And I'm really into like even like trucks, like 18-wheelers. Like, it's hard as hell to drive an 18-wheeler, and the world absolutely depends on them, right? If you watch a show like Ice Road Truckers, like, it's wild.
Yeah. I know one of my friends is one of the guys I hang out in high school. He's now a trucker, and full time and stuff like that. And I respect him for that. And it's like
That's what my stepdad did. He drove a truck. Yep, it's a it's a really high skill job, or like the deadliest catches. So those shows show you that life on the ship it is fun because it's an adventure, but and also it's probably the type of job where the people you work with, it's like a different level of camaraderie because you're out there on the water together, and
Yeah.
yeah.
And he's been trying to. He actually sailed on most of his, let's say, port of call is a little town in Nova Scotia called Lunenburg. And it's a small fishing town, but it is very historically significant for sailors. And he sailed with one of the only tall ship.
James, that's where we need to go.
Sorry, tall ship.
Where? What?
We need to relocate to a fishing town where the husbands are gone 10 months out the year, and we're good. And then we just lay low when the shippers come back. They come back to their wives and girlfriends and all that. We just kind of lay low.
I'll be happy to take.
Not your family, Chris. No. We would never.
Your family,
we would
Chris.
never. We would never. But I'm just thinking, there's opportunity here for us, for the rest of us bachelors.
Yeah, shit.
Sure. Like I think I've been there once, or at least in passing, but that's not here or there. But sailing life is not it's one of the other things that made me just kind of realize that I'm different, with the disability and everything. But anyway, that's not here or there. But my brother just kind of flew under different flags. Well, I mean by that I mean different ships of different nationalities, and one of those primarily it's the Picton Castle, which is one of the only training vessels that has the Canadian flag on it currently right now. And then there's a couple of others, which is called the Niagara. That's an American one. And he's been trying to build a CV for going to the European scene, because that's where all the traditional community is, and he's been slowly going there. He did this once, I think, and I had a somewhat of a great time, I guess. I don't really
Sure.
Chris, it's been because of COVID. I haven't really seen him in 3 years, physically.
Sure.
It's so it's no war stories, but anyway. But
So Chris, before I head out, I want you to. You said before you wanted to ask me about something.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry. Again.
No. You're fine. We were just chatting. It's all good. I just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity if you wanted to ask me now.
Yeah. It's not really important. It's just one of.
Oh yeah. I mean, okay.
One of those things, I guess. Well, it's philosophical stuff, but it's not exactly super important.
All right. My philosophical opinions are mostly woefully underinformed and inconsistent. But yeah, I'm always happy to share my opinion. James, I don't know. Do you want to come over and talk to me about this thing with the?
Yep, let's do it.
The Atheist Junior or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll probably go into the. Let's go into the cheers, and then I'll meet you in there.
Sounds good. All right, guys.
You can stay live. I don't know if you're gonna stay live or not, but you can.
I'm gonna close it out for now.
Oh, all right. Thanks again, Chris. I'll see you later. I'll see you in a minute, James.
Yeah.
All right.
See you later.
Bye.
Love you guys. See you.
Love you too, bro. Later. Get the hell. All right. Let's go into. Where am I going? I want to do. I've been thinking. I want to do another cursing pastors for late night counter-apologetics. Y'all don't need any of this. Bye. What's going on here? I'll leave this one open. It's good for dropping links. Brave. Yeah, I like to do all my stuff in Brave. Oh, wait, I got a Brave over here with all my stuff. Yeah, cool. All right, y'all, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put on some OG Roddy. I'm going to get into the Gather Town, but right now I'm going to just go put this away. I'm going to get some alcohol, and then we'll do communion, and we'll jump into Gather Town with James. Let's do... yeah, all right. I like this run. No competition. BBVW. We did Shadowger's pull up earlier, so maybe I'll skip that one. We'll see. What are you doing? What is happening right now? Literally, like. All right, there we go.
Gamer boy. That.
Pause it. All right.
Just gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Don't pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. It's bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? If you know what you gotta do, then do it. You're always making excuses, man. You got time for those. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't about that negativity, suggestions. Fuck all that shit, my niggas. Yeah.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. You niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. Yeah. Still watching for clones, but they all over the globe. Probably why I say whoa. That nigga never made money from stoves, but went hard with the zone. Me and Henny broke it down way before. Now we killing shows, just act like you know. Whoa. Got a new bitch from the bottom. Still never change out my niggas from potters. Honest, I've been feeling golly. You get in my way, then you leave me no options. Niggas thinking this a race. Till we put them in their place. Leave their family with a ghost. Then we pull off in the race. Competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas
Look at the Halloween decorations.
Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you.
Yeah, you do, Melody.
No competition.
We miss you on the compound, Melody.
About how you be feeling. Saying you Jordan, you not even Pippen. Or Rodman when he was with Pistons.
All right, y'all. I'm going to grab alcohol. Get alcohol. I'll be right back. Let's do communion.
Like some midgets. I used to step out and just worry about digits. And now I just focus my visions. I had to distance myself from some people because they just be holding you back. I wasted some time, I never get back. Like, why I do that? You niggas be bitch competition is just to be seen and put on the map. I only know some niggas who know how to spin up a check and get it right back.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homie stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homie stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition.
I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife. Now, hold up, my wife be a bad bitch. But the ones on the gram got perfect titties and asses. My girl, she loyal and lavish. She ain't showing off her assets, just to level up her status. If she did, it wouldn't matter. She do her, and I do me. I met a shorty through a link. Now we linking for some drinks. Conversation kinda vingin'. First day, last day was in the base. On some MySpace top 8 shit. Headshots her favorite. The lust ain't gon' save us. Headed home to my main chick. Yeah, she might do some complaining, but I'd rather her than a fake chick who stuck on herself and she brainless. Focused on loving the same way. Don't got no time for the games, babe. We getting no fucking lame shit. Sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife. Bad bitch first wife. Bad bitch first wife. Bad bitch first wife. Bad bitch first wife.
She know she the wife. She know she a bad bitch. We do this shit nightly. Make movies like Spike Lee. Take trips so you know that we sightsee. Shorty the wifey. Don't even need diamonds and niceties. I cut off my side chicks. For her, I cut off my side chicks, yeah. I'm up in the morning. My girl, she faithful and loyal. That's why she gets spoiled. But love, just keep us in order, yeah.
Sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife.
Alright, where James at?
Sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but
Alright, maybe
the
coming
one
in.
that I'm with gon' ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife.
Nah, I don't think Chris was filibustering.
Yeah.
I think just Chris just has a way of talking and he gets sidetracked and he just kind of, it's just the way his mind works, I think, when he's in conversation. I don't think he was trying to filibuster.
Dig down proper, it's a new day. Who ordered expensive lobster and souffle? Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3.
I could be wrong, of course, but that's my impression.
We gon' pull up. Hell yeah, I got the hook up. Anytime that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn
All right,
right,
you
I
know
got
what?
the hook up.
This is my song. Let's go with this for communion song. Cause I'm trying to. Oh, there's James. James, you can hear me, right? It'll be on 5656. Do. Yeah, James just ain't connected yet. Oh, there you go. It says he's talking. Why can't I hear him? Yeah, James, it's still not showing your thing. All right, yeah, map view. You sending a message. Virtual camera. Yeah, it says James is talking. I just can't hear him. Hang on. I was telling me to use the desktop app. It's like, yeah, I've been trying to use the desktop app. Hang on. Oh, you know what it is, James? You're in the private area by the bar. And, okay. You know what I need to do? I think I need to make it so that I need to make it so that the spotlight tile is still part of the bar. All right, so edit the map. Go to the speakeasy. And then I need tile effects. I need private area. Select. What is that? Objects.
Yeah, I'll make it oversensitive. Let's do something about that.
Can I stamp there? No, I need tile effects, private area name 12. Yep. Boop. Max occupancy. There should be no max occupancy. Okay, save. Matter of fact, I think I want even this one to be part of it. Save. Save. Okay, so now, yes. Okay, so now, all right, now, James, you can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
Great. Yeah. So yeah, man, I would love. So the philosophy of asking you to stream here is the same thing. I need to stream in here more. I need to, make sure I'm working in here more, and it's just to try to get people in the space more. And the more that, I think we're in here, the more people will come. So don't ever feel obligated to. I just appreciate it when you do. And but yeah, that was sort of the idea, was that we'd make this kind of like the Apperson room, kind of hang out, have people hang out in here. Now, I have Aaron Brown on the video here, but you could change that and put your stuff on that one too. I think it's set up the same way where it's a TV, but what it is the piano plays throughout the room, the song. If you step outside this area, you'll see the cheer song. So I think that's how I set it up, is that the cheer song's playing here, but you can see this Aaron Brown video here at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
But this works just like the TV upstairs does. So you could put your stuff here too if you wanted to. I just have your stuff upstairs in the office. I put Aaron Brown here, and I'm going to put Gin and Truth back in the Pinochle room, but I don't care if you change this to something else.
Fair enough.
And then, but yeah, so also I was just going to say, I kind of sat over here in case you wanted to go over and chill on that spotlight tile on the stage.
Oh, all right. Let me see if I can still hear you from there. All right, so...
You should be able to, because I'm on a spotlight tile.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So also, if something else is going on in tile, you can also stream from this spotlight tile. The idea is because, some of the, I guess in Cheers, right, the action's centered around the bar. Right? And I guess the beauty of the way they shot that room, which it doesn't quite look like that if you go there now, but the way they shot that room is like that bar is in the middle of the room. So here it's kind of like that stage is in the middle. So I kind of figured you could stream from the stage, but if you want to, you could also hold court from the bar, I guess is kind of the idea here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then also there's spotlight tiles that you can't see on other spots near the center of the stage. I just didn't put them there because I think it would look tacky to have, a wall of spotlight tiles. So, if you want to have a panel discussion or guest or something like that, they'll have the spotlight tiles will be part of it too. But then I guess the idea is, so if you have a moderator or something too, they could come over here and talk to the people that are on the stage from this little bar spotlight tile.
Nice.
But yeah, I've done that. Even in the pinochle room, I try to make sure all these big areas have at least one spotlight tile so that if somebody needs to address everyone in the room, there's a spot to do so from. And then the only other thing is, did I send you the link to the cafe? Because that's the one you can share with everybody and there's no password.
Let me check. Probably. Man, I got so many messages the last couple of days.
So what happened with the fundamentalist dude? I don't even know what happened. Do you want to give me the quick version of that story?
So the quick version is probably like a month
or quicker.
ago.
I know you just did a whole stream on it. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Sure. 1 second. Let me.
Sure. Yeah, take your time.
I'm getting an echo, and I'm going to try to figure out where I'm getting it from.
Okay. Might just be a tab or something. For once in life, I'm not getting an echo. I'm also trying to pull up. my link so I can pull up that thing. See what this fool was talking about.
You're not echoing. I am. I guess it's okay. I can live with it.
Wait, you're echoing? Like you hear an echo when you talk to me?
My voice is fed right back to me, somehow.
It's probably you're not listening to the stream. It's not that, is it?
Nope.
It might be your gather settings. It might be that your input and output might be the same or something like that. Let me see. So if you go to... Yeah, James, you know what I think you really should do, bro, since you stream, is you should really look into getting Voice Meter Banana. Because once you start to isolate your inputs and outputs, it's easy to not have problems like that anymore. Just gives you virtual inputs and outputs, but probably you just want to check your audio settings, check your audio input and output. Make sure your input is a microphone, and probably your output probably needs to be set to... a lot of times if you're hearing yourself, it's because you might have something playing your sound and listening to your microphone, and then Gather is also playing your microphone back to you. So you probably just need to silence one of them somehow.
So according to Gather, my microphone is set to the proper thing, and the speaker is set to my headphones.
Yeah, so you shouldn't hear an echo if it's just coming through your headphones. You're hearing the echo in your headphones?
Yeah.
And what's your microphone set to? Just like a USB mic or something?
Yeah.
And then is the microphone itself playing your voice back to you anyway? Is there a monitor or a speaker on your microphone?
No.
Yeah, that's weird. Definitely try Voice Meter. It just gives you a lot more control over your routing.
So maybe what I'll do is listen. No, that doesn't work either.
Yeah, this is weird. So what are your audio input and output options, I guess?
Well, I mean, it gives me a bunch of options. But there's only two correct. There's only one correct setting for microphone. There's only one correct setting for speaker. And I have those set.
And it's the same ones you use for
everything.
All right, let me make sure. I want to make sure I don't have.
Oh, that didn't fix it.
Something open.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if, because you're in a broadcast spot, like, is that broadcasting my voice back to me through the stream?
Oh, it might be. It shouldn't be. What it should be doing is to just be treating us like we're in a Zoom meeting together, where
Maybe if I stand next to you instead.
hang on a sec. Let me see. Input 5.6, output. Oh, you know what? Maybe it is me. I think maybe I sent something back in. Let me see. I always think it's me when there's an echo issue. That needs to go in there. And there. Discord doesn't go in there. No, they all look right. James, count to 10.
1, 2.
Yeah, no, you are going in the wrong thing. Hang on a second. You're coming out the wrong thing, which is you should be.
Wrong hole.
Yeah, you're coming out the wrong hole. I've got it set to the right hole, but you're not coming out the right hole. All right. All right. Hey, James, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're still coming out the wrong goddamn input. What the fuck is going on with this thing? The wrong output, rather. Microphone, 5.6, correct. Headphone, select speaker. Check. All right, now go to this one. It should be 5 and 6. Audio, video settings. They're both set to 5 and 6. What on earth is wrong with you? Check. All right, James, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
All right, now you're coming out the right thing, and you shouldn't hear echo.
Correct, I don't.
All right, yeah, I thought it was on mine. All right, sorry about that. So let's all right, let me see if I can pull this link up. All right, so I got to share my screen. Cancel. Why doesn't it give me the optimize for video thing? All right, here's another thing that's kind of, it's supposed to give me some optimize my screen share for video thing, and I don't think it's doing it. And then I think the screen share is choppy and shit. Wait, hang on a sec. Oh, it's after I do it, I can do it. Okay, now I could optimize for video. Okay, that's better. And my internet's crazy fast. All right.
Some people might not consider Amy Newman passing, so that's not really is not
pronouns.
That's a different story.
Not
here.
What?
Amy Newman is not what?
Yeah, some people might not consider Amy Newman passing, so that's not really
what the.
Oh, this is the one that's about a trans thing, I think.
Amy Newman is not what?
Yeah, some people might not consider Amy Newman passing, so that's not really
what does that have to do with anything?
Because the whole point of what you just said.
I think this is a trans thing.
It's not a case of special pleading.
Because God, well, it's special pleading for a good reason. God is. If you believe in this God, they created the universe, they created everything.
Why does that matter?
Because we obey the God whatever they say. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense.
No, why does it?
It doesn't have to make sense.
Him being, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm saying that I understand that you're making an exception with respect to your language because God is the creator of the universe and all powerful. But there's no reason behind why you're making that exception.
The same way you don't have reasons to obey a master in any other context. You just obey the master.
So do you have a reason for making that exception?
There it is. Like you never have to have a reason to obey the master. All right, so I guess I don't know where Atheist Junior talks about me. I guess it was during this thing. Do you know? Did you get a timestamp on when it was, James?
Nope. Nobody would tell me.
I thought so. The timestamp that Lena pointed you to wasn't that
like how you value something? Would you give up a whole day's labor?
They were talking about the value, defining value in economy.
What in your savings would you give?
Which has nothing to do with you at all.
Okay, so all right, so apparently Atheist Junior doesn't like me. If anybody's got an actual timestamp for this, let me know.
Until then, they told me why Atheist Junior doesn't like you.
Oh, okay, sure. Why doesn't he like me?
For the same reason that Jason Torn was upset with you after the Kent Hovind debate, like it was much more personal for Atheist Junior because he's got a personal beef with Hovind.
Oh yeah, I already knew that. I looked at his content. I just looked at his page. I looked over. I was like, he's a Hovind hater.
Mm-hmm. So because he's a Hovind hater, he feels like he betrayed his Hovind hating agenda.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't get why the animosity towards Kent Hovind. It strikes me as weird. There's certainly people in the world that I think are monsters, right? But I'm not obsessed with them. Like I don't watch them. I just don't care. Right. They're just people who are just predictably disappointing. And I know people think Kent Hovind is, like an abusive person and all this other stuff, but it's just none of my business, right? And I'm not a counter domestic violence person. This is not what I'm about. I mean, I certainly don't think I think it's a problem, but it's not a problem. It's not a problem I focus on, right? So he's just and then again, it's like you guys make these channels and all you do is you talk about how bad the church is and how bad the preachers are, how bad these people are, how abusive they are, how they sexually exploit people, how they're abusive to women, and they're like you just talk shit about this culture night and day, right? Mm-hmm. And then you meet someone from it and they're what you predicted they would be, and then you lose your fucking mind over it.
Right.
It's like making KKK videos, going to a KKK rally because you're like, hey, we're going to cover the KKK rally, and then going, these motherfuckers are racist. Did you know these motherfuckers are racist? No. I know the internet is about the free exchange of ideas, but I draw the line at racism. As a KKK, fucking news commentator, I draw the line at race. Like,
right. So what?
There's a sexual scandal in a church and a preacher's at the top of it. So what? We gotta all stop talking to preachers now? Is that? Come on.
Right.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Right. What I suspect it is, and everything you're saying makes sense. What I suspect it is that Atheist Junior, who I don't know from Adam, like before today, I'd never even heard of him, right? So I don't know anything about him, right? It's just that usually when somebody gets this entangled with somebody else on a personal level, it's because they felt personally attacked by them in some setting or another. And their
Oh,
ego is
you know
wounded.
what it is? There's some people, and I had somebody else come through the channel for that. I don't know if it was Atheist Junior or if it was somebody else. That might be it too. Because a couple people have come through my channel with their kind of anti-Hovind shit, and I've just been like, I don't care. And I know one of them, maybe it was Atheist Junior. They're like, well, I've been the personal victim of his attacks, and I was just like, I'm really sorry to hear that, but you know, if you have a personal beef with Ken Hovind, like, take it up with him. Again, my channel isn't a place to hate people, so I don't know what you want me to do with it. Again, I'm not gonna, now, if you told me, you know, something different, like something crazy that, like, you know, if I thought Kent Hovind was going to use his encounter with me to hate somebody or as part of something, you know, that would be different. But again, this isn't that situation. This is like, I sent Donnie a super chat to debate Kent Hovind because I thought it'd be funny. Mm-hmm. People forget that, right? People think, oh, you know, Kent. I was like, how could Kent and Donnie be using me in a situation that I set up for my own amusement?
Right. And I've said this on my own channel. I'm like, look, Jay doesn't owe it to anybody to play the part on the stage you want him to play. If you want Jay to play a certain part on the stage in a certain setting or a certain scene,
right,
then you need to be paying Jay's rent.
Right. Yeah, seriously. If not, it's weird. But I do get that people don't like that. And Cameron said a lot of people have a different, you know, like, take on Kent Hovind. But to me, he's just predictable, and I don't think, and again, like, I just think there's certain realities when even it comes to the attention economy, I just think that's a misnomer. I cannot materially affect the attention paid to Kent Hovind at this point. Mm-hmm. Right? He's literally, for lack of better, he's a celebrity, and even if it's a notorious one. So me ignoring him ain't gonna hurt him. It's not gonna be detrimental to him. And me critiquing him and tearing him a new asshole ain't gonna be detrimental to him either. Like, it just
if anything, it probably helps him.
It's just sometimes y'all gotta understand scale, y'all. It's scale. Kent Hovind on YouTube alone has 100 times as many followers as I do. Right? You're comparing like no. Yeah. You're comparing 300 to 300,000. Mm-hmm. Derek ain't gonna make a dent in Kent Hovind's mission. Mm-mm. Just, and again, and if y'all want to know the real truth, y'all, the real truth is all of the quote-unquote big atheists you know did exactly what y'all are talking about. They made a name for themselves. They got monetized super chats, 10,000 followers, whatever they did, getting names off of those bigger apologists. Every single one of them. Go look at any of them. Genetically Modified Skeptic, Derek, Pine Creek, fucking Rationality Rules, fucking what's his name with the cartoons, Holy Kool-Aid, Prophet Azad. So, but what do? They made videos about famous apologists. The worse, the better. I'm sorry, y'all. Welcome to algorithmic atheism. If any of them got serious about growing on YouTube, which they all did, they all got the same advice. You have to make content about who's relevant to the people you want to watch your show. That means you make a video about Jay Bundy, nobody cares. You make a video about science, who gives a shit? Hey guys, guess what the latest rocket ship engine is capable of? Nobody gives two fucks. William Lane Craig, these motherfuckers come running. And so I hate to say this to even my atheist community who think that, like, you know, that they have like a really critical opinion about this. I just hate to tell y'all this. Y'all are the problem. I'm just being honest. I'm just keeping it 100 with you. I love you guys, but y'all are the problem. I said this going into the Kent Hovind debate. Y'all are Kent Hovind fans. You just are. Because that's the reason this all works. The reason this all works is Derek, Pine Creek, Genetically Modified Skeptic and all those people because they made videos about Ken Hovind and Ken Ham and William Lane Craig and Jordan Peterson. And your atheist ass came a-running and brought their super chats with you and blah, blah, blah. And what you did was you hooked right in, direct lining a significant portion of your paycheck, right, to these atheist skeptics and content creators who were doing what? Literally sucking off the teat of these much larger Christian apologists. It's a Christian apologist who have big empires, right? When you look at this book, Tower of Babel, and this is talking about the real history of creationism and the courts and in the school system and who comes out of the Institute for Creation Research and Johnson and where Dwayne Gish comes from and the Gish Gallop and all of this stuff. Do you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Ain't shit about Pine Creek in this book.
Nope.
William Lane Craig is in here. Mm-hmm. Ken Ham is in here. Mm-hmm. People like Ken Hovind you could find on CNN and MSNBC. These niggas did huge, right? These people are real life celebrities, y'all. I'm just keeping it real with you.
Yeah.
Right? And so, if you really going to sit here and say to people like us, don't give these people more attention, all right, cool, then you don't give them no more attention.
Right.
Stop supporting content creators who make content and creation, because that's what you guys do. That's what all you guys do. Everybody here loves Paula Gia. Paula Gia has made a name for himself off Ken Hovind. Mm-hmm. Most of us fucking know Paula Gia from tearing Ken Hovind a new asshole and doing what? Hate watching everything Ken Hovind did. It's why his dumb ass did a fucking show with y'all know who. Because somebody showed up and was a Hovind hater and he just had the bite. Didn't even bother to check that person might be even the bigger problem than Ken Hovind is. Mm-hmm. Right? Because like I tell people, just because the enemy is your enemy is not always your friend.
Not always.
Not always.
No, Cameron, we're not calling you out, Cameron.
Hey, no, we're not calling you out. It's just. I'm just saying that's the algorithm. Again, you can't take it personally, y'all. You gotta we're talking. If we don't sound like we're not talking about you, we're not talking about you. But we can't hang the hashtag. Not all atheists, not all skeptic, not all YouTube viewers. It's just. But I'm just telling y'all the way the bigger picture works, and you have to understand that these people are feeding this community. This counter-apologetics community exists as critics of this bigger thing. And to be honest, they're bigger than we are.
Mm-hmm. And Melody makes a good point. Ken Ham made Paula an atheist. And that's what people like Ken Ham and Kent Hovind and even Rebecca do for us. They're making more atheists than we could ever make. Right? They're exposing the grift in such ways that like people are like, damn, atheism makes more sense. Now I realize, Yeah. If they just listen to us, they and they're on the fence or they're already a Christian, they ain't gonna come over to our side. They listen to Kent Hovind and realize how much bullshit that is. They start thinking, damn, this really doesn't make sense, does it? And then they start listening to us, and then they come over to our side.
Right. And so that's just kind of how it is. It's sort of like pro wrestling, right? People sit here and talk all day. I hate the WWE. That isn't real professional wrestling. It's sports entertainment. It's trash. They're garbage. They're a big corporation. Yeah, every single one of them, when they call, you come. Mm-hmm. And they be sending your dumb ass out there. You was a royal champion, a little indie star, and they tell you, yeah, you're going to go out there and lose in our opening match. You're going to get about 6 minutes worth of time. Oh, is that we don't care. Right? And people do it. Why? Because you're going to make more money than you ever made in your life. And then even if they fucking fire you after not giving two shits about you, you're going to be bigger than you ever were before.
Bigger than ever.
Just because of the rub. Because now you've worked there. And so that's what I'm out. I'm like headhunting. When I go to talk to my colleagues, I can't say, oh, I debated Rebecca Davis and Otangela Grasso, Bless Behe, and Rebel Naz. Mm-hmm. We're definitely not giving you a job. We don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? But if I drop, Ken Hovind on them, and, hopefully I'm add a couple other well-known apologists, these are names these people recognize. Mm-hmm. So now they go, oh, he's out there doing something. Then I could say, oh, I'm making, a class with Derek and Guts at Gibbon video. Then you could tell them you're representing the right team and all of that. But y'all got to understand, this is a dirty game. And, you're trying to get a job off of this and get it recognized as work. You got to put the work in and you got to take the exposure. So why would I sit here? And again, guys, I almost will tell you the other thing is it wasn't working. Like, you can't grow as an atheist content creator off of Atheist because your friends are already here. And so if you really want to, interact with the other side, do debates, do discussions, get your name out there, you have to go interact with the people on the other side. And, y'all keep coming here for like, oh, Jay, you need to talk to more theists. You need to talk to more people on the other side. Well, those people weren't calling. So you've got to go do the other things that make them call. And unfortunately, arguing with EA Dawa and fighting with LPP and debating Ken Hovind are the things where most of the people who didn't know me through, chats or Pine Creek stream have found me. Yeah. That and now hopefully more stuff like Gin and Truth and stuff like that. Go ahead, James. You pull something up. But yeah, I don't. But I do get why Atheist Junior doesn't like me. It's fine. I get all the science nerds don't like me, and that's kind of fine. You know why? Because I don't really care about them. And I mean that sincerely. Like I explain this to my colleagues. We don't have trouble recruiting science nerds into science. And so if someone is so passionate about science that they're watching a YouTube debate and they're disappointed that the scientist wasn't enough of a science nerd for them, then I'm actually doing my job very effectively, right? I'm risking not appealing to people who are already well represented in science. I hate to say this, fucking white males who like science, right? Right. Right. And I'm appealing to, who I want to be appealing to, which is people like Ken Hovind fans who are completely antithetical to scientists and atheism and are now coming to my channel going, hey, you were kind of fun. 2, you were really honest. And 3, you treated Ken Hovind decently, and I really appreciate that. And I'm going, welcome. Mm-hmm. So, again, I'll take that 10 out of 10 times. That's the game plan. That's how we drew it up. And so when it happens, we just go, yep, that's what happened.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean that sincerely. It's no disrespect to Atheist Junior. I just can't do what I intended to do, take the benefits of it, and then when it comes to paying the cost, try to backpedal on it. I'll take the benefits with it. We knew there were going to be some costs. When the costs come, we just say that's fine. And also, I need some atheists to fight. It gets boring fighting these theists who, really don't have anything. So if I have a rival with Atheist Junior, I kind of want to take down Doug. I think I've heard enough bullshit from Doug that I'm just kind of over it. Right? Pine Creek, yeah. I don't watch a lot anymore. I don't consider it like personal animosity. He's always been friendly to me. He's referred to me as a friend. I consider him a friend. I'd love to play poker with the dude, and I think he's fun to talk to. But truth be told, I think the Cult of the Flying Man's in better hands with us than with Pine Creek. I think we're doing more for the community than he is. I think he's sitting on some conservative bullshit. Some of it, like, violently so. Right? Like dudes, let's play with January 6th wasn't that big of a deal. Mike Pence's life wasn't in jeopardy. Let's convince trans people they're not really trans. Maybe people should have to apply to a government program and get approval to have kids. No, Doug, maybe you should shut the fuck up. Right. And maybe it's time these fucking atheists stop sucking your dick out here every day and tell you to just shut the fuck up. Because you're tired, you're old, And yeah, you had a time with counter-apologetics, but you're kind of getting irrelevant.
Yeah, quickly.
So it's just kind of like, who gives a shit? And you're not helping any of us. So why should we, not criticize you just because you're an atheist? Nah, we're getting a little bored picking on theists. Maybe we need to find some atheists to pick on,
Mm-hmm. I hear that.
But yeah, it sounds like the thing with Atheist Jr. ain't really a serious beef. And, at the end of the day, I think he'll just get over it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
So, I'm not too worried about it. That whole tribal stuff.
And even like Kent Hovind's thing, like Cameron's thing with Kent Hovind. I know Cameron probably feels particularly strongly about not, showing any attention to Kent Hovind because Cameron used to be a Kent Hovind fan. And Derek used to be a Kent Hovind fan. So those people, it is a little bit more, they take it seriously, right? With me, like, I know about Kent Hovind, and again, I think he probably isn't a good person. But again, I'm not the person to go there because I have a very rough past. So, again, I'm just not going to be that guy. And I don't like it, to be honest with you. I've always felt like I always wanted to be the person to give people that second chance. I always said that, and this is going to sound a bit patriotic, but it is the way I've said it. I've always said Americans like nothing more than a redemption story, a fucking comeback, a fucking, somebody who... is really, really bad and then does something you go, maybe they're not as bad as you thought they were. So I'm always probably a little bit too lenient to offer people, that second chance or third or fourth. And I do take some sort of perverse pleasure in... at least being able to be civil with a lot of people that other people can't make their peace with. You talked about something earlier about something like coming into contact with tests in life and kind of like failing them, right?
When people fail life tests, you mean?
Yeah, like life hits you with some shit. You thought you'd be able to fucking conquer everything. Life hit you with some real shit, and you found yourself woefully under, like, you weren't ready for it. Like you talked about this with parenting, right? Like you didn't realize how you were going to handle financial stress or not sleeping or whatever, right?
Right.
And that's where I'm at with bad behavior. I'm not a person who thinks, oh, it's okay, you've done whatever. But look at Derek. If you'd have met Derek when he was strung out on drugs, you wouldn't have predicted that he was who he's going to be now. But if you knew who he is now, wouldn't you have rather treated him decently then? And him remember, hey, man, I was fucking strung out on drugs, but you brought me a sandwich and treated me like I'm a nice guy. I got my life together now. I want to really thank you for that. That was, hey, man, it's no big deal. We've all struggled, right?
You never know how much of a difference you can make in somebody's life.
Yeah, you never know. Yeah. That's even my thing with Kent Hovind. Like, if I went to, I'm not going to Dino Land because I'm not traveling, but if I really was Dino, I'd go to Dino Land. Because again, I bet you Kent Hovind could make me a really good steak. I just had that feeling about the dude. He seems like the type of dude who could probably make you a really good steak. And I could picture us just riding around in a 4-wheeler and me just giving them little pointers like, yo, Kent, you got to stop saying certain things because they're just not true, man. I'm like, Ken, I don't hate you, bro, but, like, I'm just telling you, like, when you say certain things, like, you sound really, really silly because they're just not true. Now, if you want, we could go back to the ranch and we could get in a private room, man, one-on-one and all. I did the same thing with a police chief, right? I know how to do this with people, and I've told them. But what I do is I get them in a room one-on-one, y'all. I don't do it on the internet in front of everybody. Right? You get them in a room one-on-one, and then you tell them, because now the stakes are much lower. Look, man, it's just me and you here, and whatever happens in this room is going to stay between me and you here. I'm not looking to walk out of here and tell people I changed your mind. I'm just looking to let you know, man to man, face to face, you saying on some bullshit about this scientists just draw lines between animals thing. We don't do that, Ken. The phylogenies that evolutionary biologists depict are some of the most well-researched and evidenced, graphics ever. And, if you want to tell people that you spent 15 years teaching biology, even at a Christian school, just don't say that anymore, man. Now, look, if the next time we on camera together, Ken, you bring it up, I'm not even going to challenge. I'm going to just say what I always say, Ken. I'm going to just say, how do they draw the lines? And I'm going to leave it at that. But between me and you, the steak was wonderful. You should stop saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I've had the same conversation with pastors. Right? But I get to do that because I'm not treating them some kind of crazy way. I'm just being friendly, being nice, and then just telling them, in my professional opinion, you shouldn't say that anymore.
Right. True that.
And you never know who you get to or who you get through, or at least you put that pebble in their shoe. Because then he has to say, damn, I like this guy. He came down here. He didn't try to embarrass me. He wasn't trying to call me out. He didn't do it for the clicks, didn't do it for the views. Right? He just said, I really enjoyed dinner, and, I think about this next time. And then tell him you just don't even need that in your presentation. I'm sure you could fill that with, 2 minutes of not your worst stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then you kind of work from there, right?
2 minutes of not your worst stuff. I mean, that's usually the only commitment my dates ask from me. Just give me 2 minutes.
Not your worst. There you go. Boom.
Not your worst stuff.
Yeah.
That's all I ask.
But I remember I felt the same way when I really started to think about that exercise with the church calendar. I really realized, there's a lot of churches that just need to just shut down. And in my world, religion goes away and God goes away too. I'm not here to make any kind of excuses for these people. Mm-hmm. But the world would be a different place if we could take that average church that, like I said, there's 52 weeks in a year. Let's throw out Christmas and Easter because we already know what the sermon's about. If we could take their calendar, 45 out of them 50 weeks, there's nothing wrong about what they're preaching on that pulpit. Nothing. It's the 5 weeks that they do the anti-gay, super Genesis crazy, go hard politics for Trump, anti-LGBT, anti-CR, whatever it is. We all know the problem topics, right? Mm-hmm. And if we could just put the red Sharpie through them, it's only 5 weeks. Right? And here's the truth. Again, guys, you don't hit them with the atheist shit. You don't tell them, take these 5 topics out and I won't be offended anymore, and take these topics out because you're wrong and you're hateful and you're ruining the world. Here's what I tell them. You know what I tell them? Mm-hmm. Take these 5 topics out because you can just replace them with something that's easier to preach about. And nobody came to your church to hear you talk about these things. Mm-hmm. Now, you may not want me to hear it, but look, I'm telling you, let's talk business, bro. You take them 5 topics out, I guarantee you one thing. You will lose 0 members. You will lose $0 in your collection plate. And then they think about that. Give me something to think about.
Yeah.
Because that's what they really think, right? They really just feeling themselves a little bit too much, right? Everybody has this. They're a little too excited, right? They're just overly zealous, right? They're mostly just preachers who are overly zealous, right? Mm-hmm. And so they want to go so hard for Jesus that they're willing to take on the tough issues and tackle you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then you just got to say, bro, you did a fucking year of preaching. I sat here and listened to you preach for a year. You did like 7 sermon series. They were all fucking wonderful, and not a single one of them touched on any of this. So just come up with another little mini series, replace these 5 weeks of nonsense, and let's keep it moving. But how different would the world be? Because all of a sudden, by just getting rid of them few problematic sermons in most churches, it's like all of a sudden there's not this sort of hostility from the pulpit, and we're not talking LGBT, and we're not talking anti-abortion, and we're not talking anti-CRT, and then all of a sudden it's just like we're back to Fox News doing what they should be doing, telling us to the trickle-down economy and don't tax the rich people, and back to the normal shit.
Mm-hmm. The normal shit.
Yeah.
And I feel you.
You do not truly know someone until you fight them. Facts.
And that includes yourself. You do not truly know yourself until you fought with yourself. You struggled against yourself, and then you learn about who you are.
Can't eat everything undercooked. Yeah, I'm placating preachers, but you got to remember, I'm from a family of preachers. So they just are who they are. Genghis Khan was just a monkey. Monkey a lot of other monkeys listen to. Monkey fucked a lot of other monkeys. But they're still just a person. And so sometimes I think it's weird for me. It's a weird balance because I do think these people are awful and I think they represent legitimate evil. But at the same time, I think they're weak individuals.
Sure, absolutely.
So they just don't really impress me that much. Even when people say, well, the shit they spew is dangerous. Yeah, their ideas are dangerous. They're not much of a threat to me.
Mm-mm.
It's just the way it is, right? It's just like, creationism is a horrible idea, but it's not gonna stop us from doing science. It's just we have to really be out here vigilantly trying to tear down this idea. But
it's working too because Christianity's on the decline, like at a record pace right now.
Oh, wait, hang on, James. We gotta do communion real quick. And Wayne, your ass is in 50-50 mode. 50-50 mode, Wayne, because you should be popping in and vocalizing and on here part of the discussion. You part of the tag team. You supposed to be getting an NWO shirt. So I don't feel like I should have to give you the same fucking credence when your ass is lurking and sitting in the comment section. Like he trying to have the best of both worlds. Like, oh, I'm gonna steer the conversation and shit, but I ain't gonna bring my ass into the fucking speakeasy.
Truth.
You lazy ass. Nigga, go back to work at the hospital and go save some kids or something. Grown folks is talking around. But the rational response squad, yeah, that's what we really need. But Wayne, I feel you about this. They need to be punched in the nose because all right, so here's what we're gonna celebrate. Let's do this communion real quick. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man, all glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the good stuff. Oh, yeah. So, what we're going to celebrate right now is that I had a slight change of heart. Some of y'all noticed that nah, I'm just fucking with you, Wade. But I had a change of heart. I said that we wasn't gonna really, dance on Rebecca's grave and stuff like that, but I think we probably should, And when you're balls deep in prayer and you feel the Holy Spirit into you, I feel like how do I say this? She was sitting on some bullshit. And I'm not necessarily here to celebrate that Rebecca isn't making content anymore. She could come back anytime, just like S.J. Thomason did.
Yeah, we don't care.
We don't care. But I am here to celebrate that there's one less apologist out there making bullshit. And if we had a role to play in that, we should be proud of that. We did what we set out to do in this community. I had my doubts about this community. To be honest, I had my doubts about whether there was any sort of content we could make that mattered. I mean, at some point when I started doing all this, I was really just committed to the idea that we had to just build our own community and have our own fun. It's why late night Counter-Apologetics started so wild. I was just sort of done with the Counter-Apologetics. I just didn't think we had anything really to add to this conversation. I felt like it had all been said and done before, and if the apologist was just gonna, apologists are just gonna apologize. Like, if they're not gonna fucking switch up or whatever, if they haven't by now, when everything's been exposed, then they're not going to, What is this showing me? It's just celebrating what they did?
Yeah. I think
it's really
cool.
nice. Yeah, it is really nice.
It's a cool looking banner.
Yeah, it looks great. Matter of fact, we should hang that in here somewhere.
I can send it to you.
Yeah, send it to me in Facebook. Yeah, because this would be a great thing to like hang up, like make it like it's hanging on the wall somewhere or something,
Oh yeah. All right, I'm gonna send it right now.
Yeah, or the floor or something. Yeah, it's really cool looking. So it's kind of like. So I thought that wasn't going to happen anymore. So I was like, let's just laugh. Let's just have some fun. We just need to kind of support each other through life because these religitards, there's no getting through to them. But I think we really have punched some of them in the face. I was saying this about Rebecca earlier. I was talking to Cameron. I said, she deserved everything she had coming to her.
Mm-hmm.
And she asked for it. First off, she was sitting on the same bullshit as the most vitriolic apologist out there.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, she got off easy. Because her gimmick was the sweet, lovable cookies and rainbows girl, everybody was so nice to her. So people didn't tell her half of what they really was thinking about what she was saying. She always got the watered-down, friendly Rebecca version. The worst she got when it got real hard was, Rebecca, this is some bullshit. This is not working, girl. Right? She really deserved to be cursed the fuck. Rebecca, are you fucking serious? Right? Rebecca, you ignorant as fucking shit. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about out here. You're dumb as fuck. You know that, right? You know you're dumb as shit, right? like, no, really. Right? Because she out here on some low IQ fucking nonsense, y'all. Homeschool hero. Y'all be honest. If y'all now, some of y'all might know something about her education. I don't know, but be honest. If you didn't know, if you just caught a Bread of Life stream, it screams homeschooled. Screams homeschooled.
Yeah.
Fucking screams it. Right. So you either dumb as fuck, or you bought into some low IQ shit. Right.
Right.
So. But nobody ever really hit her like that. So, and then, I think that we've all suspected that her family would pull on her, and I heard that might be part of it. And again, we should celebrate that. Why? Because we provided the proof. Like, what I heard, what she told me was that she realized she wasn't being effective. And then I heard maybe, I guess Danny, some people like that are friends with her, and they've said, her family is part of it or whatever. But to me, them two things go together.
Mm.
Number one, her shit was humiliating.
Mm-hmm.
I would be embarrassed as fuck if my wife and mother was out there really supporting their faith like that and just making it clear in public how stupid it is. And when she's realizing it's not working and they're trying to critique her or they're trying to give her pushback for making this type of stuff, they're able to point to our comments and our interactions with her and be like, look, this is not working. Look, you've made your case. You're making these points. You're making all these streams, and you got all these atheists. And imagine if she was able to tell her family, "Oh, I'm winning souls for Jesus, and everybody loves me." It'd have been harder for that to work. But when they're all frustrating and they don't want her doing this, and then they could just pull up any of her videos and see her just constantly facing this criticism, and that's what I felt like happened. She got punched in the face. And she finally ran into some people who were just going to sit there and say, no, as long as you're in this ring, we're going to show up to all of your videos and we're just going to keep punching you in the face until you either learn how to box or get the fuck out the ring.
Yeah.
And she got out the ring because at the end of the day, she wasn't really about that life of what it would have taken to learn how to box.
Right.
So, like they say, defend yourself at all times or peace up out of here.
Yeah. I feel like I gave it to her the hardest. And like I kind of felt like someone else should have been leading the way on that, because I'm trying to be in the middle here. And it's like everybody wants a soft toe around her and just like be all gentle with her because she's this, she's a female, and she's trying to be all like sweet and stuff. And I'm like,
right.
But she's not really trying to be. The whole thing is act. Like, she's not sweet. She's not lovely. She doesn't think you deserve to exist. She thinks your children don't deserve to exist.
Right.
And she's trying to help you make them become worthy to exist by joining her cult.
I love this one, by the way.
Isn't it great?
Yeah.
You have to think about it for a minute, but I think most people will get it after a moment. And all the stuff I'm putting on here is stuff that's already been on Facebook and cleared the censors, just so you know.
I'm not too worried. But yeah, I think that you said people weren't gentle with her on her streams. I just think we have different definitions of gentle.
Well, I think people were. I
think they were incredibly gentle.
I think they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, and also it's relative. Like, I think compared to other, I hate to say this. Also, you got to remember, me and Cameron are different people. Cameron's way nicer of a guy than I am, and way less confrontational than me. Right. So to me, if somebody ain't cursed you out, they probably being gentle, especially if you deserve to be cursed the fuck out. Right. To Cameron, if you're just told directly to your face in a serious straight face, like, I think you're sitting on some bullshit, he might feel that's a little aggressive. Right.
Sure.
I'm more like, sound pretty factual to me.
Right.
Yeah. And that's something about scientists, right? We're very cold, a lot of us. Right? We're like, the facts are the facts. You 5'2", you're short. Oh, it's not nice to call somebody short to their face. Hey, you shouldn't act like they were bigger than they were. It's a very clear distribution. You're below average. We call significantly below the average height short. Sorry. Right? That's how I feel about Rebecca. You're dumb, Rebecca. Right? I think Rebecca's dumb, y'all. Dumb or playing dumb.
And I don't know which one's worse, dumb or playing dumb.
There you go. There you go.
I think it's worse to play dumb. The mind is a terrible thing to waste.
Oh, yeah. Also, I didn't watch all her streams. So, yeah, that'd be different. Cameron did watch way more of her streams for a lot longer. So he saw a lot more of the treatment than I did. So I'm speaking from a much more limited sample size. That's true. That's very true. But, yeah, from what I saw, and I know my own treatment of her. And also, I think here's another factor I'm putting into this. I don't think there was a too mean for Rebecca. What do I mean by that? If my grandmother was an apologist and she got treated the way Rebecca treated people, that would have been too far. Well, here's the difference. My grandmother really is sweet and rainbows. She used to be a mean fuck face. She's not any longer, right? But she would never tell people who disagree with her that they're sitting on some bullshit. She would never tell people that their worldview was absurd. She would never tell people, right? Even people who, she's a biblical literalist and she's a young earth creationist and she thinks, the Bible speaks very clearly about what's wrong about homosexuality, but she's not going to say those terrible things. She'll have the tension in her heart before she says some evil shit on the internet, right? Rebecca wasn't like that. Rebecca was happy to throw your worldview under the bus. Rebecca was more or less happy to tell you nicely with a smile that you're fucking ridiculous. Like you said, that you don't really deserve to be alive or, just all this ridiculous nonsense. But since she was so nice to people, then all of a sudden people had to be really nice to her. And it's like, look, it's like Uncle Bobby says, you could say, fuck you. Or you could just say, fuck you. But you're still saying fuck you. And so people like Rebecca, I can't stand. To be honest, I probably at some level have more dislike for the Rebeccas than I do for the Ken Hovens. Because Ken Hovens just will tell you to your face that science is some bullshit and is a religion. Okay, cool. Like, Rebecca's like the let me dance around it, and then when I think I've got you vulnerable, or I think you've bought into my bullshit, then I'll slyly try to. I just felt like she was too slick, man, and then it bothered me because it works. Whereas like Ken Hovind, everybody shits on his fucking breakfast every day, so I'm kind of like, he's not really bothering me that much. Because people just talk about him like he's a dog all the time. So I don't really think I have much to add. I'm like, he's pretty much getting his ass whooped every day. So, hey, guys, remind yourself that he's a fucking preacher, and this is what preachers are like if you really want to know the truth, right?
Right.
Whereas, like, Rebecca, I'm like, y'all know this bitch is telling you you're fucking ridiculous and that you can't read the Bible properly and that your worldview is the foundation of evil and that, you know what I'm saying? And people are like, well, but she's really sweet and she's really nice and we really like her. We really want her to be our friend and we just want to, And so I'm like, something wrong with y'all? So then it makes me really not like people like her. Because I'm like, somehow this sugar and gumdrops bullshit is actually working on grown-ass motherfuckers. But for me, it was just a matter of exposure. Like, I bought into it early. It was a nice little presentation at first, but I spent enough time watching her. It just became quickly clear what she was. We accept the love we think we deserve. Yep. Psychologized deists I've ever seen. Jay's out here peering in their whole mindset. Yeah, well, she's out here in this community trying to do stuff. She wanted to be the star of the show in this community. She made herself that, and now this is what comes with the territory. If you're gonna become the atheist community's favorite sweetheart, then buckle up. But anyway, what I wanted to celebrate, y'all, is the fact that this is what we want. I hate to say this, we want to punch these people in the face. And I want to apply the type of pressure that brings about these breaking points. Goon, gone, or grow. You double down, we know you're a fucking goon, and we can commence the beatdown. You get the fuck out of Dodge, and you're off the fucking radar for now because you're no longer spitting on the bullshit out here. Or you do what the fuck we did and you grow the fuck up and become a competent, normal human being who accepts that miracles don't happen, quite frankly, unfortunately, or fortunately, rather. Yeah, I say fortunately because then we'd actually owe something to the motherfucker responsible. So we should want this, and we should want more of this. You guys got to ask yourselves at the end of the day, are you counter-apologists, or are you here to just be friends with the religious people and celebrate their YouTube channels? Because if you're like me, I'd love to have a long list of apologists who are no longer making apologetics because they ran into this community and we shut that shit down.
Right.
That would be fucking gorgeous. Gorgeous. Like, honestly, I want to be able to go to my fucking scientific colleagues and be like, yeah, remember that holy war I said they were out here fighting? Yeah, we're fighting back, and it turns out it fucking works. Yeah, it turns out, we're not saying that we're going to end religion single-handedly anytime soon. But yeah, these motherfuckers know we're out here, and they know we ain't fucking around. Yeah, thoughts. Exactly.
Just saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they know. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Like, it just is what it is. It just is. And I noticed she hasn't completely left YouTube yet. She's still, she's still there.
Right.
She's just not making new streams about it, but.
What is she still doing? Just chatting and stuff, I guess?
I guess she's making some kind of videos, but like not as many English videos and.
Oh, okay. She's doing other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I hope Sal goes that way, and Rob, and a bunch of these people. Unfortunately, I think a lot of them that are in their channels, it'll just mean they made their money and they're out. They finally got that house and shit, and they're like, "Fuck this, I'm done." If William Lane Craig dips out, it'll be because he realizes he doesn't have to work anymore. But even him, like, they should flush his ass out. It's time for him to sit the fuck down and be done. It's how much more do we have to embarrass Jordan Peterson before he calls it a day? Seriously.
Right. How many more times?
You guys got to remember, these people just professionally humiliate themselves on the internet. That really shouldn't be the type of thing that it's easy to do. Yeah, I got to understand, if society is going to work, y'all, there has to be fucking consequences. Like, we can't live in the sunshine and rainbows utopia, and you wouldn't want to, y'all. You don't want to live in heaven, right? So you don't want to live in this world where people can just get on the internet, say whatever the fuck they want. There's no consequences. There's no backlashes. And as long as they smile, then it's fine. No. You want to live in a world where people are like, hey, I think the vaccine doesn't work. And you could be like, guess what? You're wrong. And I can prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Now say something else. Right? And if you're going to keep being wrong, guess what I'm free to do? I'm free to show up and keep reminding you that you're wrong. Yeah, how about them apples?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, you don't like it? Yeah, guess what you can do? You cannot make videos anymore. Pretty easy choice, isn't it?
Pretty easy.
Pretty easy, pretty simple. So all you got to do. So, or read a fucking book and learn something. So why am I supposed to feel bad for these people who refuse to fucking learn? Y'all, you're talking to an evolutionary biologist. Do I feel bad that a person who refused to learn anything about evolution is no longer making anti-evolutionary content? Nope. I genuinely just wish I got to celebrate this more frequently. And again, it isn't about her not making content anymore. It's just one less apologist sitting on some bullshit. Just so happens to be Rebecca. But it could be Kenny, it could be LPP, it could be Kent Hovind. You know what I'm saying? Again, if Kent Hovind retires from YouTube, you're probably not going to like the reason why. We hope it's because he's exposed and he just can't take it anymore, or because he goes to prison for the rest of his life, or whatever the fuck it is, or at least for long enough that he stops making YouTube videos for a while. But I don't control none of that, or really know the details of any of that shit, But if he does, it's more likely to be because, like I said, he's just retired and he's done and he's made his money. Finally got the right financial advisor. But yeah, I really do wish a lot of these people would stop making this content. To be honest, I don't think I ever got to express how angry Rebecca's content made me.
And that's the thing, too. And it's the same thing when my sister messages me about her beautiful faith. They don't understand that the appropriate response to their bullshit is anger. It's not joy. It's not peace. It's not awe. Thanks for thinking of me. It's anger. Because if you really think about what they're telling you how you ain't worth shit, right? Unless you join their cult. You ain't worth shit. And your children ain't worth shit.
Right.
And they ain't even all that worried about who it hurts. The effects of their religion in the world and all the people that it suffering and death.
Right.
They don't care.
And the holiday thing to me is, and now you come home and don't you dare talk about it. Right? Mm-hmm. I dragged you out of bed every Sunday. I forced you to pray. I told you this was, and now you had the audacity to grow up and not believe it anymore. Well, don't you dare talk about that. How dare you mention that?
Right.
How dare you mention that I abused you?
How dare you mention it? Right.
How dare you mention it? That's the thing for me, and I'm just feeling good that I don't have to. You can't make me anymore. And maybe that's the phase I'm at in life right now. I'm just at the you can't make me anymore phase.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, if kids got raped by clowns as often the kids got raped by preachers, it would be against the law to take your kid to the circus, right?
Mm-hmm. It would be. Not even debatable. Like, of course it would be illegal to take your kids to the circus.
Hail Satan, I like that. That's good, Wayne. Wayne, you need to get in here and stream Midnight Club. Stop being antisocial.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cameron, something changed. Yeah, Cameron said a good point. Nah, I don't think we're gonna watch the clips. I don't know the clips. I mean, we could watch the clips. You sent the trans clips, but somebody's got to send me the clips about me. I don't know where you actually talked about me. I mean, I don't really care to hear Atheist Junior talk about me. If people send it to me, I'll pull it up. But yeah, I guess we could check out these little rants real quick.
All right, man.
In my opinion, it should be illegal for Kent to annoy anyone. But, that aside, this has got to fall into that category, right? He is basically putting out to look, it may not be illegal. It may not be a violation. It may be fine. It's just, I think if I was in that position, it would be, I feel that it would be incredibly dumb of me to go out and make a reenactment of my version of a case that I'm involved with. I think that the best thing I could do is shut my mouth, don't talk about it, leave it for the court, talk about it with my lawyer and, get legal representation.
So yeah, this to me is like doxing a person. And I don't know how much Kent Hovind brings upon himself from sharing this stuff, but even if he did, I would never go here with people because this terrifies me, right? And it makes me not trust atheists at all, right? Because I realize that just because somebody doesn't believe in God doesn't mean that they have the same values that you do. If anything, like we were talking about, it's like herding cats. So to me, these people make it clear that they think naming and shaming people and talking about their personal lives and their legal troubles and all this is perfectly okay to them. And so, again, this is back to what we were talking about before, which is the idea that, like, I don't even want to support. I don't even want to pull up more Atheist Junior clips because I don't think I like his content. Because I'm just like not into that. Just like not into that stuff. Like that stuff just turns me off. And then again, like you talked about, you don't know how you're going to handle not having sleep, not having, being sleep deprived, not having money, changes in your work situation. Well, I'm bipolar. When you grow up, that's not part of your game plan. So you hear people all their life talk about people with mental health conditions and crazy this and crazy that, and then you end up one of those people they're talking about.
Right.
Undoubtedly. Right?
It happens.
Shit happens. And you grow up your whole life saying, well, I'm a good Christian kid and I'm a good black person and on and on and on. And people tell you your whole life, well, you're so lucky, you're so good, and you're good, you're not one of those black people, right? And what they mean is like the type who ends up doing drugs and gets in jail, right? And shit like that. And then you end up with a criminal record for drug use and possession, right?
Sure.
Right. And I've ended up in those domestic situations. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I've lived to be in those situations that I swore up and down I was better than, I'd never find myself in. And like you said, I didn't know how unprepared I was until I was unprepared.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to, and it doesn't even bring shame to me anymore because I can just look back at it and be like, oh, like, I wasn't prepared. The same way people look at the mixing console in front of me and think, Jay, how can you operate a 72-channel digital mixing console? I wouldn't even know where to start. Like, your brain would hurt trying to figure out where all the buttons on, right? Mm-hmm. I can operate this thing in my fucking sleep because I just am prepared to. I have the experience to, the know-how. I've been training at this stuff in my life. This is easy to me, right? Operating this thing is intuitive to me, right?
Right.
I can't say the same about those relationships, right? And so I can look back now and just go, oh, yeah, you just didn't, your relationship game, your relationship skill level and tool set just like wasn't near what it is now. And the same way when you were 12, you didn't know how to operate this type of mixing console, but you could operate a simple one. But then if shit would have got too complicated, you'd have been out of your depth. It's the same thing in music, right? I've been in musical situations where literally, like, you know how black churches do that shout music? Mm-hmm. It's like fucking punk rock for black people.
Sure.
Yeah, well, when you're 13, that shit's hard as fuck. Especially when you go to school with white people. Right? So I've been in situations where, like, when I first started playing gospel music, like, and I would hate it, I would always just be like, oh my God, I hope they don't fucking shout today. Please don't fucking shout today. And I've literally been in situations where they started shouting, and I've looked to the audience and, like, had another drummer come up and know exactly what that look from a petrified 12-year-old on drums means. Get me the fuck out of this shout, right? And it's live, and he'll come up. I've had my friend Gerard come up. He's 40, he's grown, and handle the shout, right? And just fucking kill it, and everybody's happy and hooping and hollering, right? And then he'll just be done, and he'll just hand me back the sticks, and you'll just sitting there going, oh, thank you fucking Jesus. Right?
Right.
You know, but, you know, once you're in high school and you're a grown-ass man and you learn how to work those things out, you end up playing shouts every Sunday, and you can do it like it's nothing, and you end up pulling some other kid's ass out of the fire. Mm-hmm. And I could say the same thing with DV. Like, I went from not knowing how to handle those situations to being in group therapy and having a motherfucker come in weeks 1 through 6 blaming the fucking victim, and the rest of us are sitting there, just sit there looking at him like, this motherfucker's due to the game, he'll do shit. We know 3 months from now he'll be singing an entirely different tune, but that's what we're here for. Right? And so you got to let people grow. And they don't grow because you want them to, because you demand it to, and any of that. And so I just don't go there because I've lived enough now to know I don't know what I don't know. And I don't know what I'm not prepared for. And a lot of y'all are, well, I would never use violence to solve a problem. Maybe you're not the type of motherfucker who ever could. If you're 5'2", 112 pounds, and you say you would never use violence to solve a problem, go fuck yourself. Why? Because it's not a legitimate option for you in any circumstances. Now, if you're 6'5", 350 pounds, and you tell me you would never use violence to solve a problem, let's see that happen when somebody actually puts your life in threat, in jeopardy, or your freedom in jeopardy. Oh, all of a sudden you're using force. Why? Because that little motherfucker right there, you were not about to let cut you or take your car or threaten your girlfriend, right? So right? Because before, when you said you would never do that, you had never been in a situation you couldn't talk yourself out of, right? And all of a sudden, when you were, all of a sudden, this violent ass motherfucker came out. What happened? Right? So I just don't go there. And when I see people who do, now what do I know? Well, now what do I know about Atheist Jr.? Number 1, he doesn't like me, right? Number 2, he seems like a pretty hateful motherfucker. Number 3, there seems to be no bottom he won't go to expose his enemies. So guess who's not going to be surprised when Atheist Jr. is making an episode where he's reading my legal documents to the supposed rest of the atheist community to expose me.
Right. I mean, it's one thing.
I'll be like, guess who saw that coming, right?
Right.
And that's why I don't do that shit. You see what I'm saying?
That is exactly why you don't do that shit. But you know, when we make fun of Sal, it's with the shit he puts online himself. He blasts his own business on the internet, and then we just repeated it, right? That's completely different.
Yeah. Sometimes, like Cameron said, sometimes I've had to use violence. It's not something I prefer advocate for, but unfortunately, sometimes there are no other options. Yeah, sometimes there truly aren't other options. And I'll be honest with you, sometimes there even might be other options, but you don't know those other options or how to access those other options. And then, I hate to say it, the heat of the moment, and sometimes there's certain things that you're taught. Right? Like I was taught certain things, like I was taught not to be violent, but I also was always taught to never let anybody put their hands on me. Right? I was also taught never to let anybody jeopardize my freedom. Sometimes there's 3 or 4 values you can't hold absolute to and at the same time. Usually you can, right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes your need to be nonviolent, your need to not let somebody jeopardize your freedom, and your need to not let somebody put their hands on you can't all be honored at once. Right? Mm-hmm. And that's when shit gets dicey. And so you just don't know. Like now I could say something to you like, oh, I would never use a gun to solve a problem, right? Mm-hmm. But guess what? Because of my medical history, I'm legally not allowed to own a firearm. Mm. So it's easy for me to say that as someone who can't keep a piece under my pillow.
Right.
I could tell you right now, if legally I could keep a piece under my pillow, I'll be telling you, come through that door. I got a sign for you. Right? I grew up in Pennsylvania where if the motherfucker had a no trespassing sign on their property, that's called we call it the sign law. The motherfucker has a no trespassing sign on their property, and you violate that no trespassing sign. They've got a right to just it almost turns it into stand your ground at that point. Like it gets weird, right? So in Pennsylvania, that was the old threat. Motherfuckers be like, I got a sign for you, and it just meant they simply had a no trespassing sign on their property. But you knew exactly what that meant.
True though.
Now I don't talk shit like that, but again, it's because I can't own a firearm. So it really doesn't. So me virtue signaling about what I would or wouldn't do with a gun don't really matter, does it? Because it's not an option. Mm-mm. And that's how I feel about a lot of people. Like if you were the kid who got your ass whooped all the time, then you knew violence wasn't a way you could settle problems because you knew how every violent encounter would go for you. So really go sit down over there because you never even had a choice, right? Passivity was the only option that was ever going to be available to your punk ass, right? Like.
Right.
So it's just different when people virtue signal. It's the same thing I hear about females talk about fighting all the time. Sorry, it's different when you grow up. If you grew up pre-2000s as a boy, fighting was an everyday part of reality. And you might not even like fighting or want to fight, but it just might come up. It might come to that. And that's so less common with females that, again, like, a lot of the boys who can fight and are fighters, like Nate, I didn't realize this. You know, Nate, Digital Gnosis, he does like MMA and shit. Right.
Which surprises me. He's not a big guy.
Yeah, he'll tap your ass out. Well, the little guys are usually the best fighters, right? Because they're the ones who, it's all technique. And also in professional sports, it's like that's where all the skill is, right? So if you think about it, there's not many heavyweights in the world. So, the heavyweights, a lot of times it's like size and dominance or whatever, but most men are around average size, right? Mm-hmm. So that's where the competition to be an elite fighter is actually the most intense.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember.
Right? So if you really get into boxing, or MMA, it's the middleweights. And them fucking, that's where the shit gets the technique and the technical defense. That's where shit gets the craziest, right? Because that's where everybody can really box. Not a lot of people have knockout power, but everybody can box their ass off. Right. But anyway, with Nate, I realized it was because he got punked when he was younger. I think like a stepfather or something like that, or somebody's mom was involved with or something. So even a lot of times when somebody really can fight or something like that, it's not because that's what they're into. It's because they found themselves in a situation and that's their response to not feeling that way again. It's like Will Smith. I learned a lot of Will Smith. You know, we always like to get a backstory of people. Cameron Bertuzzi's the beta brother. It turns out I think a lot of Will Smith's motivation to be like Will Smith, like take over the world, was just rejection he faced from a female when he was coming up. Like he got rejected and took it really harsh. He talks about it in some interviews. And he like never wanted to feel that way again. So he felt like he had to become the coolest, sickest. You had to become fucking, hey, whatever works for you, buddy.
Right.
But a lot of people just get over it and then become an accountant. You know, like...
Irony.
Yeah. 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 You know, people don't have access to other options.
Right. So who we watching play?
I think this is Wayne's got into this pure pool, and he done got in here and is gone full shark. It's a beautiful game. It sounds awesome, but Wayne done figured out how to get the tables all cool. Wayne, are you playing somebody or are you in here by yourself, just free shooting?
No, I'm just listening to y'all. That's it.
Man, this is great. And I was just calling you out because you don't get in here, but bro, we got serious shit to talk about. So, you know, we started the thing with Uncle Bobby, but like, all right, so there's big news. Number one, he loves the idea of doing the cards.
Mm-hmm. Like, I know he does.
Yeah.
He's a fighter.
Yeah, he's totally with it. And also, he's down to rock the shirt, man. He wants the shirt, man. He's down, and man, he's not gonna be the top baby face.
No,
he's with us. He's with us. He's gonna rock the black and white, man.
I'm here for it. Who are we gonna feed to him? That's the question.
That's what we've got to figure out. And now, James. So James, yeah, tell us about this dude real quick.
Which dude?
That came at you. You said there was...
Really?
There was a theist or somebody that came at you today, James?
Oh, in my inbox.
Yeah. What was that about?
So I posted in a group, I don't know, at least a month ago. It was just a random Facebook group. It happened to come up in my feed. You know, Facebook fed it to me, and I did a laugh emoji because it was bullshit. And it's just some Christians preaching. I didn't think twice about it. Like, I don't even remember it, right? And but anyways, this guy blew up my inbox, and I asked him, I'm like, how'd you find me? Like, why are you in my inbox? And he's like, well, and then he explained it was from that post where I did a laugh emote or something. And he felt like he had been personally disrespected, and Jesus was being disrespected, and he had to set me straight.
Because you you did a laugh emoji?
Yeah, it was like a month ago, and he's still holding on to this shit. So he finally blew up my inbox to correct me and school me.
You need to fuck. You need to shut the fuck up.
Oh, you should.
That's Christianity in a nutshell.
Uh-huh.
But go ahead, James. What were you saying? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, so I played some of the messages, and just like they're so over the top that I found it comical. A lot of people don't. Like, if they got those messages, they'd be angry, right? You know, because it was like literal hellfire threats and writhing in agony and screaming day and night without end. And you can hear it in this guy's voice. He's hungry for it. He wants to see people fucking suffering. He's like got this idea in his head and he gets off on it.
It's a hell porn for him. He's into it.
Yeah,
hell porn.
Torture porn. So,
turn.
But then they turn around and act like that they're just trying to save you because they have compassion for you. Like, we're fucking stupid enough to think that that's what's happening, right?
Right.
And so, you know, I just played several his messages and some of my responses, and we talked about it, and I didn't even get to all the messages. But,
Sure.
You know, it was so over the top that I thought I got to share this with somebody, you know, because it was hilarious. I was laughing, you know.
Yeah. So it didn't bother you that this is what he was trying to get at.
No, in fact, I wish the motherfuckers would knock on my door sometimes. Like, come on, let's have that discussion. Like, that's just not me at all. Like, I wish I still had family that I could come out to, like, because that'd be wonderful. Because my whole extended family don't talk to me no more.
So you be with me on the like, let's just make this holiday awkward. Who gives a shit? Like, they're all awkward for me anyway.
Right. So I just love it. Like, I don't have extended family like gatherings that I even could go to, but if I did,
right,
I would love it. I'd be like, I hope somebody tries to give me some Jesus while I'm here. I hope so, because then I get to call them out on it, right? I'm schooling. And but I'm different. Like in the fight or flight thing, I'm fighting.
Right. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
So I'm like, let's go. Let's have that discussion. All right. Because if they don't mention it, I won't mention it. Like, you can know me for years, and even if you're the most religious person in the world, and I know it, I won't never say shit to you about it. But if you come at me with it, then we got a different situation.
Right. See, that's not the same way for me. My family's crazy religious, and a lot of them, they probably know, they know I'm not Christian, but they don't know the full extent of it. And if they did, it would give them more fuel to be against me or whatever. But as long as they're not coming at me directly, if they're not asking me to lead prayer, I'm okay over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, everybody's different about it.
I am for the most part. What it is with my family is they're sort of stuck. I hate to say this, where they're not so unreasonable as to be hopeless. Because if they were, I probably just wouldn't give a shit and I'd just let it go, and I'd be happy that they're not like oppressive. Like, my family's the type of family who, like, honestly, like, my mom will be like, oh, we're gonna watch our, you know, our church's like holiday presentation online. Do you want to watch it with me? And I'm always like, yeah, I'll watch it with you. Mostly because she knows, like, I think it's a good show. Like, they put on a great show, and I'm always happy to talk about what goes into their show and whatever. And then it's like her husband is the type where they'll, like, lead prayer before they eat, like, a big family dinner or something. And it isn't, like, praying down the fucking heavens. It's like, fucking, Father in heavenly, we come, and we're just thanking you for this food and asking you to use it for the good nourishment of our bodies. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, cool. And, you know, so it's 5-10 seconds and then everybody's eating, right? But what it is that they are educated and reasonable enough and sensible enough and modern enough that they are ready, I think, to hear the message of, hey, the next step in being progressive black people, right, is not doing that anymore. Simply because it's a way of acknowledging that you don't really, you know, set the table in a religious way when non-religious people are going to be there. That's not welcoming to us, right? And so I think for the most part, like, they're the type of people that are cool like that, where they'll actually think about it and go, oh, you know what, you're right. It's not a big deal to us, right? But if you don't say anything, they'll just keep doing what they've always done. Now, and so in a sense, it's almost like I'm more confrontational with them about things because it's like they're reasonable enough that they can handle it. And at the end of the day, they're also reasonable enough that I actually expect it to make a difference with them, right? It's the same thing like we had with my grandparents and the COVID thing. Like, my mom, I know, has wanted them to retire forever, right? But she kept feeling like she couldn't push it. And then when they got sick, I knew that scared her to death. I could hear the fear in her. Do you see what I'm saying? So now, when I put the backlash to them and put the boots to them in the family email, like, it's time for these motherfuckers to retire from this church. This isn't a goddamn game, and dying for Jesus is not good for the family. She's all, well, you know, you got to understand it's their passion in life, and we don't like the tone you took. Look, sorry. We've been beating around this trying to be nice and sweet about it for 15 years. If nice and sweet and patient was going to get it done, it'd have got it done already. And sorry, once they put, you know, their lives in jeopardy, that's no longer the chief concern. Y'all could dislike my tone of voice all you want to. I don't feel any kind of way about that at all. Right? Like, that's not even a consideration for me. Like, I don't care, right? This is not the time for my bedside manner to be my chief concern.
No, motherfucking lives are on the line.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't even stop to think about how selfish their position is, even if it were true. Because here's the thing: they're not supposed to stumble anybody. Because if they stumble somebody, and the consequences of that is you end up dead or in hell or whatever, that's on them, right?
Right.
And so if you say something silly like, I don't like how you wear purple, that stumbles me, that's a bullshit thing. Of course, I shouldn't honor that. But if you make a good case with them, like, look, I don't like the way that you're throwing your lives away, like risking your health like this, and risking the community's health this way, right?
Right.
Because you're going to get sick. You're not even going to know you're sick. You're going to spread it to somebody else. They're
There
going to
you
get
go.
sick, right?
Right, which is how you got sick in the first place.
Right, and that makes me really question your faith. That makes me think that, you know what, your faith is ugly,
Right.
And it's something I don't want any part of. And so they don't even like stop and think, is this going to stumble somebody away from my Jesus, right? It's not even on their radar. They couldn't
Right.
even begin to care about that.
Yeah,
and
yeah. No, I was going to say you're absolutely right, and I think that that's the tension that actually ultimately pulled on them, is because I made them realize you've lost my respect because of this. I now have to treat you like a child because of this. I have to talk to my grandparents like they're children because of this. And that ran counter to their whole narrative, which is everybody treating them like they're leaders and they're heroes, and the family admires and respects them so much. No, sorry, you just became a threat to the family. I don't know if you heard. But my point is, again, I think it was effective because they're reasonable enough people that they had to hear that out, and they're ultimately not, snake handlers in West Virginia or whatever, right? They are reasonable people, and they had shots, and they took their vaccines, and they got very sick, and they were concerned about getting very sick. Do you see what I'm saying? So, it in a sense made a difference because, again, they didn't retire because, like I said, the problem is the church keeps telling them they don't want them to, and there's nobody in line to take my grandfather's place. But they decided that, they're not going to move into the house with my mom until they've changed their arrangement, which was what I said. And then they said that I think they're going to do the teleconferencing services or whatever, which is, again, something that OG Roddy and I had talked about, and we both said we'd be fine with. Like, if you want to do it through Zoom or whatever, we don't want you physically going to the church, right? So that's kind of the deal. So I do think there's this thing where I think a lot of times people won't change things until they're kind of forced to, until somebody says, I'm not gonna let you have your cake and eat it too. And they might not like that process, but I do think it's necessary because of how serious habits are, and how uncomfortable it is to break them. You need something. It's like a practice thing. Like when you play drums, like when you start doing something new, it's physically hard and it's physically uncomfortable, right? You're trying to train your body to do a motion that it's not used to. And so there's all sorts of tricks that you have to do to get yourself comfortable with doing that to yourself a lot. You kind of have to become a glutton for punishment in a way, right? And people are just naturally not like that. We want to stay comfortable. It's why most of us don't ever become excellent at anything. There's very few things that a human being can become excellent at without enduring incredible hardship. And most of us are just quite naturally programmed to avoid incredible hardship. Think about our ancestors. They really didn't have to be excellent at much except, running and hunting, right? So there were certain basic survival skills that everybody became kind of excellent at, right? If you take a traditional kid, like a young, average 12-year-old boy, he can say, take a rock and, sling it like a slingshot, like an old-school slingshot that you do like this and whip at something, right? And he'll be ridiculously accurate with that thing. Like, there are YouTube videos. You can see people training themselves how to use traditional weapons, right? Indigenous people are, nasty at that shit. Like, they can knock a bird out of a tree with a rock from 60 yards, right? Because that's an essential skill to their life. But outside of that, nobody excels at anything, right? Nobody can program a computer or right? Because all of that stuff is so unnatural. So all the stuff that like what Wayne's doing, for people to become excellent at pool, like that's weird as shit, right? Like,
is it? I guess it's rocks to me. It's just a bunch of rocks. So
yeah, no, but I just mean like, but right, but if you watch the dudes who do this shit on ESPN, right, like those dudes have to spend grindy, nasty hours in pool halls and like doing this to a level that most of us would never want to do because we don't want to take pool past pleasant or past like slightly past pleasant where I'm good enough to beat all my friends or beat people online and for fun, maybe for a couple bucks, but to get to that excellent level where I could do this for a living, it has to become work. I think somebody was talking about this today with like YouTube, for instance. Like that's what a lot of people don't realize about anything in life. I forget where it came up in the context of, Chris G was talking about his brother doing like the art thing, and then he didn't kind of like the college experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's really different when you're interested in something in high school or you have a favorite subject in school or a talent for something, and then you realize like the necessary path to make that thing your job.
Yep. One of my favorite quotes is from Lou Williams, NBA player, and he says the difference between him and guys at the park is he does this on when he doesn't want to do this. Like,
Absolutely.
what you're talking about, adversity is what makes you a professional. Doing it when you don't want to makes you a professional.
Yeah, I used to say the same thing about church. Is I used to always say everybody wants to be the drummer on Sunday morning. It looks really fun, right? But I'm the drummer for this church Monday through Saturday, and that's the difference. Why I get to do it on Sunday.
Yeah.
And it was. I do it every day, and I never even stop to think about whether or not I feel like it. Right, and then when I'm not practicing, I'm listening to the music in the car. I'm listening to the music at the gym. I'm literally sacrificing all of that. And so when I play on Sunday morning and the band's rocking out and we look like we're having the time of our lives, yeah, we've earned that privilege. But yeah, you're right. It is the literally doing it. You know. It's the same thing with teaching. I really love teaching. I'm enjoying my class so much now. It's why I'm fighting so hard, because we all have to teach. Like, it's the dirty part of the job that you have to do, and they won't even take you seriously if you can't. And if you don't find something that you like really want to teach and then become like amazing at it, they're just going to force you to do the thing, right? There's like this roster full of classes that the department teaches every semester or whatever. And then they're just going to use you as a body to fill that roster. And your only chance of not doing that is to get enough money in research funding that you can buy your way out of it, literally, or to teach something that you love so well that they're like, okay, we're going to pay you to teach that. So literally, like, me trying to like stream my class and like, you know, trying to work with Rob and like do all this counter-apologetic shit and make it philosophy of science education and all that. I feel like I'm fucking fighting for my fucking survival. Otherwise, they're literally going to use my black ass to teach cells and molecules and not give a shit that I don't even work with organisms that have cells or molecules, because they don't give a shit. They won't care. They'll be like, yeah, we need somebody to teach Bio 201. Bundy, you're up. Right? Flat out. Unless you decided you don't like paychecks, you know, like, you know. So I have to be like, let me teach Darwin's Law, because Rob Pennock taught me how to teach it, and I can teach it better than fucking anybody not named Rob Pennock, and he'll tell you I teach it better than him. So,
right, like
that's the only shot I got.
Fair.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's, you know, it's fucking life, right? It's gotta, and again, that's why I keep telling people, this isn't the vision for us. I don't want to work. Who the fuck? Like, why do you think a monkey wants to work for a paycheck to get food? We just want to eat food.
Yeah.
Nobody ever describes work as the thing rich people don't want to do, and I don't fucking understand why. Like,
damn, that was powerful.
That's what it is. Like your boss's boss fucking hates the fact that you're hired because he would rather have your salary than pay you to do a job. And I wish people would talk about work like that. Work is the shit rich people don't want to do to get rich.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, you tapped it.
I did because I didn't. That's not what I wanted to do with it. Let me put it over here.
How good does that game feel though?
It feels like the physics are 100% on point. There's almost never been a time when I knew I had a shot dead on and it didn't go in and like the game fucked up. I know it was on me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm a fan of it. I like it.
And the sound's great. The
Yeah,
feel's
sounds
great. The sound's great, and the soundtrack's amazing. Like they got some real musicians and bands and shit. Like it feels like you're in a really fancy club. You know, on a gorgeous table with the live band. They've got the crowd sounds. James, you should grab. James, do you have a Steam account?
Yep, sure do.
Yeah, so this game's like $10, but it's it's definitely worth it, and it's really easy to play each other and stuff too.
Nice.
Yeah,
I'll check it out.
It's been sitting on Steam for like 6 years at this point, or 4 years, and it's just wonderful. It's the best pool game.
All right, so James, while it's Monday, we got to do a thing that we've been needing to do, which is we got to get your channel in restream.
You have to tell me how to. You have to tell me how to do that.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
And I'm not going to post a join link in the public chat anymore. I'm not doing it.
Have you had bad experience?
For now on, I'm just gonna post it to individual people. Like if I want them on the thing, I'll like private message them or something. I don't even know, but sometimes it doesn't go well for me. So I already don't make professional content. Like I don't like make edit whole bunch of like apologia grade videos and then like upload them. I don't do that, right?
Yeah.
Like I just go live and it's random. We talk about whatever. So already I'm not really polished. And then when I get people on there, and some people are better than others about it. But
Sure.
Like sometimes it goes completely in a different direction I don't even want to go. And then I notice people just leaving because they don't even want to hear this shit. And I'm like,
I see. Yeah, I think people were worried about that with Chris today. They get worried about that sometimes, different people. Yeah, I feel you on that.
No, I love Chris. In fact, if I ever have a physical community that I build, I don't just want. I've got a list of people I want to be there, like that physically live in the same property as me. Like not a small property, a big property, right? Like I don't want us to be all up in each other's business.
Sure.
But like, and Chris is one of them. I want to have Chris there. I love him. And for certain topics, he's great. So I'm not saying he's not, but if I want a certain topic, then I need to make sure that the people I have on there, where that's their wheelhouse, right? Like that's
yeah.
That's their
and I have the same sort of idea. So there's weird things about this. So number one, I don't always want to talk to people. There are a lot of times when I just want to talk to the chat or respond to content or listen to Uncle Bobby or play games or whatever. And I don't want people to feel like just because I'm live means that I always want to talk to people, right? Or take callers.
Right.
And sometimes I feel it's very distracting. And then even when I do, I don't necessarily want to talk to people about I don't want to talk to everybody, right? I kind of want to keep it on topic or talk to maybe certain people. I think Doug's very good about that, actually. It's one thing I think Doug sets a great example for. He's not afraid to tell somebody, hey, I just don't want to talk to you, or I don't want to talk about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, and then there's only certain people who, even if I am willing to talk to people, I more or less have a sort of open door to. And so for me, that was sort of how I see the hierarchy in the Church of the Flying Man, where to me, I always tell pastors they have pulpit privileges, which means anytime I'm pretty much talking to people, like, you're welcome to call in, because I trust that they're okay. They're either, always going to have something to say, or if they don't, they're not going to, dominate a conversation where they're not adding anything or whatever. I'm just not worried about it. But that's a very short list, right? It's you, Tux, my one black friend, people like Wayne, people that we're spending, time with day in and day out, stuff like that. But go ahead.
I've made a lot of mistakes about that. Like, for example, I love BS, and his video today was effing hilarious. I like pulled a muscle on my side laughing, but I wished I'd have reviewed the video first before I agreed to play it, because there were things that he said in that video that are potential triggers for some people. If they've had certain kinds of traumas in their past, like that could really set them off.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have done it. If I loved that video, I would have said, I would have told everybody, if I'd already seen it, go watch it. But I wouldn't have played it on my channel for that reason, right?
Sure.
And then sometimes, like Richard Madsen, brilliant guy in his own right, but it's like herding cats to keep him on the actual topic, because he wants to talk about some like really weird way of reading texts and how everybody, and this, in my opinion, revisionist history about Christianity. And I'm like, and then one time, like, he said something really offensive and really got people upset in my chat, and I had to do damage control for that, right?
Sure.
Like, and it's like, it's getting to the point now where I'm going to be like you, where there's a short list of people I feel like I can trust to be on there without any script. Like, and then we're just going to have to go with that.
Baba Booey. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, there's Richard Madsen. For me, I like Richard Madsen. He became a person that I didn't want to talk to on stream a lot, and I realized that early on because I felt like, one, his ideas are just really weird to me, but they're not a problem to me. And so things like that I tend to just not be interested in. And so then I felt like I was just always trying to have this like, I'm not interested in doing this. Like, I don't want to, like, because I feel like I'd be talking about something and then Richard would just talk about the weird Star Trek stuff,
Right, out of nowhere. Like, where is this? What is this? Like,
and I don't feel like this is going anywhere. But there's people like that, and then but I had to learn the hard way. And like, I remember like the No Name incident, like that was weird because like he was all like, excited to do stuff with me, and he's like, oh, I want to be like a sideman type of deal. And I was like, if you want to start your channel, like I can help you start a channel. He's like, no, I just like being a side guy and stuff. But then he was like arguing with me on air all the time and like criticizing all the stuff I'd be doing. I'd be like, look, you don't have to be here. Like, I do what I want to do. Like, I don't need, I don't need help. Like I don't need somebody to be with me all the time.
Right.
If I'm doing go ahead.
There's sometimes you're in a certain groove and I'm not in that groove. I'm not in that mode. Right.
Yeah.
And when I see that, I don't jump on the channel because I'm like, I'm not in that groove, and I'm just, why would I be there, right?
Yeah.
But if I am in that groove, if I'm in the same groove you're on, I'm like, hey, I want to be part of that, right?
Yeah.
And it just wouldn't make any sense to jump on somebody else's channel, and they're completely in a different mode than I'm at, and in a different style, a different headspace at the time, and then criticize them, like try to get them to talk about the shit
you
I
did
want.
this the other day, right? Like, you were streaming on a Saturday, which I said a lot of times on Saturdays, I'd love to talk more about relationships and my dating coach stuff and stuff like that, right? Mm-hmm. And you were talking about masculine and feminine energy and stuff, right? And it was great, and everybody got so excited about it, and people were actually messaging me like, oh my God, you're gonna be so excited about James's thing today, it's all about your stuff. And I was like, nope, I just want to play cards or whatever. I was just like, so I just was like, and I was like happy you were doing it. Shit, I was just like, yeah, just nope.
Exactly.
Not today. Like and I just had already had a headspace of what I wanted to do as far as like games and stuff, and it just and I actually thought that's the point of being friends and being in a network is that there's options, and so it's good if that's what people are into. Great, go watch James talk about that, because again, I'm saying those are people who would prefer to watch something other than what I'm doing. Now, it doesn't mean they're telling me I should go away and delete my channel.
Right.
It just means they prefer this other thing. And then what I realized is, well, the thing they prefer is this other thing that's in the network, or we're helping each other anyway. So it's not like, you know, if you're just going, if you're going to tell me you're not going to watch me, but you're going to go watch the channel I'm trying to help promote, then what am I going to do? Cry about that? It's like you're not even watching competition. Like you're watching the same team. Like, okay, cool. It's like, I'm not going to watch you practice. I'm not going to watch the point guard practice. I'm going to go watch the power forward practice. Oh, okay. Great. Yeah. Cool.
Or watch the cheerleaders.
Yeah, I would be watching cheerleaders. That's what I would say. Hey, if I wasn't over here shooting free throws right now, I'd be watching the cheerleaders. But if you want to go watch the power forward, good for you. Right? You know, and that's kind of how I see it. Like, and then the other thing is, I'll tell you, you know how everybody in the game pays attention to these metrics, and everybody wants to pay attention to the algorithm, right? Mm-hmm. I think about really weird metrics, the metrics nobody's talking about. And so one of the ones that I think about is sort of average streamer in your hierarchy, right? Mm-hmm. Part of the reason I like being the workhorse and putting so many hours in. So there's a lot of ways to define who's your favorite streamer. Mm-hmm. Some of it is what you did for iconic Michael. That's amazing. Right? So one might be, if all your favorite streamers were live right now, who would you watch? Right? That's cool. Right. That's one way to think of it, right? Mm-hmm. Another might be, who do you spend the most money on? Mm-hmm. Right? Those might be different people for a lot of people, right? Mm-hmm. Another one might be, who do you think's the most educational? Who do you think's the most informative? Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. Like, if I had to pick one channel in our whole community to say this channel has to stay on, even if all the other ones fall off, it would be Myth Vision. It would be Myth Vision. But a lot of times, I don't even want to go watch Myth Vision. I want to be on a channel with you, or I want to be on mine.
Facts. Yeah. I would say Derek, like you, is like the centerpiece, and a lot of times, just because of whatever, I don't watch a lot of his stuff. And most of it's because I just feel like that's the game. Like, I'm at a place where I'm trying to do something different for the community and so my time is just different than it was when I was watching every single stream. And then I'm at a different place in my journey than that. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's not a problem. Mm-hmm. It just means I have less time to watch Myth Vision and more time to be doing stuff that hopefully me and Derek link up on later. Right? So I totally get that. All right, so here's the one I think about. I think about stuff like watch hours. Who do you spend the most hours watching? So
I think for me, it's Gusset Gibbon. Like, I may not watch her videos multiple times, but every time she puts some shit out, I got to listen to it because it's on point. Her energy is correct.
What's interesting for me is, this is what's crazy about what happened this weekend, is honestly my favorite YouTuber is Uncle Bobby, definitely.
Oh yeah.
If I had to watch one YouTube channel every day, it would just be Uncle Bobby. And then I'm probably like Aaron Brown.
Ooh, what about if it's not Atheist Community? Chiseled Adonis. I gotta watch that dude almost.
If it's not Atheist Community, it's probably like TYT or David Pakman. And then everything else is wrestling shit. But in gaming stuff. But yeah, so for me, so what I was crazy too, like I'll tell y'all thing that blew my mind this weekend the most was helping Uncle Bobby get his channel set up on Restream. And I saw him pull up, his YouTube accounts, and like my shit just like popped up like on his shit. And I was like, you got my videos all over your fucking YouTube. He's like, oh yeah, of course, bro. Nice. So that felt good. But yeah, so here's what I think about this average YouTube thing, right? Part of it is like, who do you spend the most time watching? And I kind of cheat that system because I'm live so goddamn much, right? Mm-hmm. But for a lot of people, it's like, y'all just spend a lot of fucking hours watching me all week. And you send a lot of comments and shit in my channels. And then a lot of y'all watch me on multiple channels. A lot of y'all might watch me on 3 channels throughout the week or some shit like that. This one, the casino and hot program. That's why I tell people you could go ahead and watch James. Because if you watch me for 30 hours a week, I don't give a fuck if now all of a sudden there's 10 hours that you'd rather spend watching James. I genuinely don't care. Because when you average it out, right, I'm still in your top 5 YouTubers. Mm-hmm. Right, you could watch James every single stream James does. If all I'm doing is kicking you back and forth between me and James, like you ain't going nowhere, right? You see what I'm saying? I'm in your top 5 every time I do something. Every time you open your YouTube, you're gonna see me. So we good, right? So that's why. Oh, Derek's doing something. You want to go watch Myth Vision for 3 hours? That's cool because you watch me 7 hours a day, so I really don't give a shit. I'm not saying I don't, right? I'm just saying I get so much love from our community and our friends and our family. I'm just trying to break down so y'all can see where my mind is really at, right? I think about that. So when I think about who's your favorite YouTuber, my thing is Wayne can speak to the value of this from like a wrestling mentality, being that person that somebody feels like I felt with Shawn Michaels, where you're part of their journey because you've watched them so long and you try to watch so much of what they do that it creates a certain bond between you and that person. So that's why I never mind when people feel there's something else they want to do or something else they want to watch. Like it just doesn't bother me. Even with people who like Derek and people like that who don't get to watch every day or all the time, they still watch, quite a bit, right? So like I know based on like what I saw, like I know I'm one of Uncle Bobby's favorite YouTubers. You see what I'm saying? So, because he kicks it with us enough that, being with us for a few hours, a few times a week. Y'all think about most people, like YouTube is not stupid. They're an entertainment business. Most people's favorite show growing up, you spent an hour or 2 watching a week, right? Mm-hmm. YouTube's well aware that you spend 8 hours a week watching me. They think I'm fucking incredible. Right? Right? Because that, YouTube thinks what you guys think. Y'all just need more viewers, right? They think the same thing about me and James that y'all think. You just need more viewers. Because they be watching James, they be like, I don't know what this fucking James Apperson dude is doing. It's like 12 people watching him right now, but these 12 motherfuckers will watch him like 4 hours a day. They'll watch him he could do like 3 or 4 streams a day. These motherfuckers will watch 3 or 4 streams in the same goddamn day.
I don't even know why they watch me. I have no idea why they watch me. Right? No idea at all.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So if somebody does that, if they miss one of them, or they're late to one, or they skip the morning one, you like, whatever, right? You 3 out of 4 today. Nah, you'll catch them all next. You'll catch them all next time. It's just not a big deal because our community shows us so much support that it's great for the algorithm. So YouTube knows if I send these people more viewers, whatever they're doing, they will know exactly what to do with them. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just gonna say what you're saying, basically, and I'm just glad to have people here. You know, it's bar hopping is again what I call it, and the Cheers bar thing. Like, stop in over here, and then like whenever you want to, walk down the street and go into this other channel, and then if you get bored, go over to this other channel. Like, I'll see you later. I'm here. And I don't really know why people watch me. Like, I have figured out my production value is crap. I have all kinds of sound issues.
It's the voice, James. It's the voice.
Maybe.
And yeah, Cameron, we can see the chat. Sorry, we just got distracted with everything's going on. And yeah, Wayne's game has people in the background. But yeah, there's a lot of shit going on.
Oh yeah, I'm just skateboarding now. Don't mind me.
But yeah, Cameron, I appreciate all your watch time, bro. I appreciate all the lurking. Believe it or not, that's something I learned the value of on Twitch. When I first started streaming on Twitch, I would have, the little kids, and I was watched by kids mostly, right? Like, probably 12 to 16.
Indoctrinate the children.
Well, that's who watches the wrestling games, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times they would go to bed and stuff, and they would be like, "Oh, are you gonna be on for a while?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm still playing the stream for a while. It's all good. Sorry." Like, and they'd be like, "Oh no, it's all good. I'm gonna leave the stream on when I go to sleep." And I would be like, "Okay, sure, all right, right." And I didn't know. Yeah, but so sorry. I was gonna say, after a couple times people did this, I would ask like, "What's going on?" And they said, "Oh, like I'm just trying to give you the extra watch time." They just had figured out that was a way to support streamers, right? They were kids, they were broke, they ain't had money and shit, but they realized, oh, even if I was just gonna stream for a couple more hours after they went to bed, if they just left their phone on the channels. And so I had a lot of times these kids, they would watch me during school. They would just come through the stream. If they saw I was live, they would just lurk throughout the day and then chat once in a while, like between classes and shit. They're sneaking into class or whatever. And they would just chat with me, little shit. And they'd be like, "Oh, I'm supposed to be in this class or whatever. It's boring as shit, so I'm watching the stream." And so I kind of learned, like, oh, it was cool because then it was kind of like hanging out with them, and they would pop in, and then I could do work and shit. Right, and they would still just pop in once in a while. I'd have a few viewers, they'd hang out, and then later I'd game, we'd do some wrestling shit, and it was all good, right? Wash, rinse, and repeat. And so I was kind of getting some support for some of the stuff I really needed to do, right? Getting some creative support for stuff I really wanted to do. And then in turn, I was like, "Hey, man, y'all want to have a fun wrestling show tonight?" This, yeah. Like, you know what I mean? So it was just kind of all love. And then when I started doing stuff in this community, I just realized that this community was kind of missing the kind of real, like, the streamer vibe that Twitch had, like, where people are just hanging out in their favorite, hanging out with their favorite streamers rather than, because I think our community was doing more of the videos, and then when people started doing the streams, they started doing like they stream for an hour or two, and that's cool. But Twitch culture is different. People will be with their streamer 8-10 hours a day because they expect to get up for that person to be live somewhere around lunchtime during their workday, and then they're used to probably then rocking with that person until they go to sleep, and then doing it all again the next day. So it's just different. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. Like, if somebody's going to listen to a radio station a lot, wouldn't they rather listen to a radio station where they actually know the people and they can actually interact with the DJ and interact with other people?
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's one of the things. Like, a lot of times, people aren't at their computer. Like a lot of times, Cameron Bennett, he'll just go do some workout and stuff and leave it on, like, so he can hear it. And a lot of people do that, and I'm like, that's one of the great things.
Yeah, I love that. I was gonna say, Cameron, I really appreciate that. By the way, even when people do it now, I really do appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's one of the reasons I like reading the chat is because then they know what's being said in chat, even if they're not at their computer, because I'm reading it.
Right. Yeah.
I'm engaged with it. They know what the community's talking about. And that's one of the reasons I would love it if people could hop on the stream more, because You know, the only thing better than having me be a voice for you is you being your own voice. So
Yes.
more people could get on the stream and speak for themselves. I'd love that. But a lot of people can't, right? They got little kids running around, or
Sure, yeah.
all kinds of things happening, and they just can't. And I get that. Like, I'm not.
So I wanted to talk to you a little about that too, because that's kind of the vision with Gather. Because you were talking about like in the, you know, to have like a community like that in real life. I would too. I was talking to Rob about this, like, because I talked to him about how, you know, I love teaching in person, and one of the things is because I always wanted to touch my students. Like I never let my students in before class. 2 reasons. Number one, I like to prepare, and I kind of like my own mental space, and I don't want my students staring at me as I prepare for class. But 2 is like I like to greet them, and so not letting them in before class meant I could come in and prepare, and then before class starts, I always go outside, and then when I let them in, and I have to see them, right? They have to all physically walk right by me to get through the door to get to class, right?
Right.
But it just allows me to say hi to them, give them a fist bump, tap them on the shoulder, ask them about their, you have athletes that, you ask them about their sporting events, how was your play, whatever the fuck it is, right? But a big part of that was touching all of them. They got used to giving me a fist bump or a pound, something, whatever they wanted to do. But it just it gives you a rapport because you literally physically make that contact with each of them. And then, teaching them social skills. So I was talking about how, like, I would, because I was doing the dating coach stuff. So I would show my students in my science classes, like, about how this stuff was out there that, like, was basically using science and perverting evolution to, like, teach you how to seduce each other. But it was, like, it had become really exploitive. And then how they could, like, kind of, like, do the same stuff with, like, pro-social. So I'd, like, show them, like, I'd, like, talk to a group of girls in class. I'd, like, go sit with one of them and talk to them and show them how I talk with the other girls and stuff, and then show them how, like, you don't have to be a creep or be drunk or be a weirdo. You could just introduce yourself and know how conversations work and not, and so because it was like, I want you to be aware that this stuff is out there, and so you don't fall for it. Right. I want the guys to not be these guys. Right. Hey, guys, we're better than this. Right. We don't have to treat women like objects and targets and, like we're in some sort of war with them to, like, meet young ladies. Right. Yeah, of course not. Okay. Right. And women, I want you guys to know when you see guys on this bullshit, they probably just been sold a bunch of shit that they, so you can be aware of what's going on and at the same time don't go along with this. But then at the same time say, hey, we can use our knowledge of human relationships to actually build social skills. And it's really just a shame you guys weren't taught social skills in school, but you can learn, right? And you can practice. And it's okay, right? It's okay to practice meeting people. That's a big part of the thing you have to tell them, right?
Right.
And so, you kind of show them that. So now it's like, I was telling Rob that now you're trying to do this virtually, and you realize that this is the future of work, and this is the future of so many things. And even our students that are going to, work at hospitals and, go into corporate America or do whatever they're going to do, they're going to have remote colleagues and remote meetings and remote events or live through another pandemic, God forbid, right? And all these other things. And it would be better to learn how to leverage it and use it effectively than fucking crying about it. Like, if I hear another person cry about Zoom meetings, it's just like, get over it. Like, you can see and talk to people from all over the world. Like, these are people who we all grew up doing what? Being on the fucking phone constantly, right? Like I've said, I had fucking phone bills that were fucking half of people's rent payment.
Wow.
Yeah. My mom used to say this. My girlfriend knew that I got off work at fucking 9 o'clock. My phone started ringing at 9:15 and every 5 minutes afterwards.
Wow.
And, it's just always, but my point is we're always communicating with each other, and then all of a sudden we could FaceTime each other, and then all of a sudden people just started complaining about it. But when I I got like kind of touched when I saw Gather's like promo, because it really reminded me, like they were really like embracing it. They were like, let's just embrace the fact that, you know, Gather allows us to see the people we missed, and let's just see them instead of missing them. I'm like, yeah, it's a good idea. You know what I mean? Like, it's a good idea. Like, you know, and so I'm especially with this COVID response thing, where I feel like it's this forced consent, where it's like, or manufactured consent maybe, where everybody's like, I don't know, I feel like they're treating me, and I know some people that are still remote are probably feeling this way. It's like there's almost like social pressure, like you're some kind of weirdo now, or, you know, being more concerned about COVID than you are your need to see and touch your colleagues, right?
Yeah.
But number one, I'm trying to remind these people, this is not our choice. Like, we didn't ask for this. We're just trying to make the best of a bad situation, and it would be better if y'all like helped us instead of like trying to make us feel like we're being morons when everybody knows we're just trying to be responsible. Number two, we're not comfortable. Like, if we was comfortable at the stadium or the movie theater or the restaurant, don't you think we'd be there? You know what I mean, James?
Yeah.
Like, so really? Like, y'all feel that serious about this? You know what I mean? Like you can't just go to the movies now? You mad that I won't go to the movies? You know what I mean? Like, bro, I ain't saying shit to you. Bro, go to the movies. Have fun at the movies. But you're going to keep calling me, asking me why I won't go. Bro, I just don't want to go to the movies. What is that a problem for you for? You see what I'm saying? Like, and so part of it for me was like, and then I started thinking of it too, like, I'm just different now than people were because I'm very social. So one, I just feel like, again, somebody said something earlier about some nerdy kids, like, oh, it feels like these are all the nerdy kids and now they're trying to have their revenge or something. And I'm like, yeah, it feels like a bunch of nerds who like never were cool, never were social. Now all of a sudden they miss sniffing each other's butts and y'all gonna act like y'all got all the social skills. Sorry, y'all forgetting who the performers in the room are. Who the people who are doing politics, knocking on doors, or like y'all not cool. You're just being weird right now about this COVID thing. So anyway, I'm just trying to be social online, and I just learned that like there's a lot of communities that are virtual. Like when I started doing the role play thing with Sacred Death, it was like I always wanted to certain games I always wanted to play with people. I love sports games. And when I got into my fucked up situation with my ex that got me in a bunch of shit, I couldn't go home for a long time. And because we lived together, right? So you can't go back to there. And then she left, but there was a bunch of shit going on, so I still couldn't go back. So I'm a drifter, essentially. And I started playing this fucking NBA 2K game online because, you know, with a nigga's morning, all you could do is smoke weed and play PlayStation. Right? It's literally all I had the fucking emotional and cognitive fucking ability to do. You know, I finally found like just some people to run with every night, right? And so you start running with the same, you know, 5 or 6 people every night, and then y'all form a little team. And at first we was trash, but we was just playing together every night. And so you start making some friends and you start coming out of it a little bit. And then one of them got me linked up with my GTA motorcycle club, and I always wanted to roll around in GTA and have like a gang because it's a fun game, but if you're always playing it by yourself, it's not really living it up, right? And then when you jump online by yourself, there's just a bunch of tryhards, so you just die all the time and it's over. But when you find these role-playing communities, like you feel like, oh, we getting into something, and you start to really get to know people. So I started doing that. Then eventually I started doing the E-Fed thing, and that was super cool because I had done that as a kid. And when I was a kid, it was like we did our e-feds through just message boards. So these are fantasy wrestling federations, Joe. But it was all through text. Like you did them through message boards, right? But at the same time, we was all playing the wrestling video games. He was like, why can't we play the games online with our friends and make our own wrestling federations? Fuck, this is fucking stupid, you know? But then I found this OCW fed where that's what they've been doing for like fucking 15 years or some shit. And so all of a sudden I was in this online wrestling fed, and that was crazy because their Discord is crazy. There's a lot of history. You know how like people like shows like wrestling and stuff because, you know, the story arcs develop for like forever and the characters morph and change and all of this shit. And it was the same thing where like there's all this lore and culture and history and all of this shit, and the archives is deep and everybody's watching the shows. You know, it was pretty much like the biggest e-fed on the internet for sure. And so it was crazy because then when we're watching all the wrestling events, and now all of a sudden you're following independent wrestling all of a sudden again because you have all these fucking wrestling nerd friends. And like literally you gotta, you know, every single night you get on the internet, there's people playing wrestling game with you like every night. Just we call it dark matches. Like you know how Wayne in real wrestling, like shit that's not televised, you call it a dark match, like you're on a house show or whatever. That's what we call it. Yeah. You want to do some dark matches? So that's what DMs meant. DM was dark matches. Yeah, so everybody just hop in a party, you know, set it up. Y'all just playing a fucking game all night, but it's not part of an official show or whatever, so it's just a dark match. We just having fun. So then you realize I'm in all these virtual communities, and this is my life, and all of a sudden your life feels full. But you never met any of these people. And you don't really want to, right? Because, you know, even if you got it, you might do like a big gathering or a conference or a reunion or something, but, you know, like, why would you want to limit these communities to local now? It's like we're all from different parts of the world with different backgrounds, with different personality. Like, that's what makes this great. So why would I want to limit this to people who live in Lansing, Michigan? It'd be trash if I had to do these things just for people who lived here. Do you see what I'm saying? So when people talk to me like, oh, yeah, you're going to work 20 years at this university and you're going to have the same, you know, 9 colleagues in the department and y'all are going to sit here and sniff each other's parts. I'm like, nah, I'm pretty much just going to go wherever the most exciting thing is, and some university is just going to pay me to do that because, like, it's just not, that's not what the future looks like. That's what the past looks like. And these people are like, they're all almost done, right? Most of the people I'm dealing with, they're going to be done in the next 5 to 7 years, guaranteed. And
when you say done, what do you mean done?
Retired.
Okay.
Yeah, people, and Rodrigo, like me and Rodrigo and Cliff talk about this a lot. Like, the leadership is already changing. Everything's becoming way more progressive, way more open-minded. Like, it's people in the department who say dumb shit about remote work because they're old school, but the university has some fucking super progressive, pro-remote work policy. That's why they can't say shit to me.
Right.
Because all I really got to be is like, oh, I like working remotely and it doesn't actively interfere with my ability to like do my responsibilities. As soon as I say that, they're like, he said the fucking thing. You know, the fucking university, if you say the fucking thing about it doesn't interfere with your fucking... All right, Jay, you know we don't care where you're at. Like...
Right.
But again, it's like a couple years from now, nobody's going to say that. Right? Just people just aren't going to say that. They just won't, you know? Like, my mom's a corporate executive, right? She took a job. She lives in Ohio. She took a job in California. When she took the job in California, she told them she was moving to New Jersey. They were like, cool. Do you need any letter? Like, they like it. Like, she needed the letter, right? So, like, even when because, like, that's a big deal. So, like, when you're buying a house and you have a new job, you have to, like, prove your income and stuff, right? So it can't be a secret. She's like, yeah, I need y'all to provide documentation and stuff. I'm buying a house, right? So, you know, that's what stuff is really like. Now, you could tell certain people you have to work in a lab, you have to work in a factory, you work in this restaurant, you flip burgers, you work in a movie theater. Those are jobs that are confined geographically. They just are. But if it's you meet with clients, or you come up with ad campaigns, or you edit videos, or you mix audio, or you do podcasts, or you teach virtual classes or something like that, or you're an accountant, there's just no reason, because your job, truth be told, is using mass communication technology and sitting at a desk. You can do that anywhere in the goddamn world. And most companies have now just realized they create more inclusive environments and have way less overhead by just getting rid of those environments. And so now they're just transforming more offices where it's like you go into the office because, you know, you have a shared workspace if you want to come in and group think a project or meet. But, you know, this idea that everybody should sit in a fucking cubicle all day, it's just not, I don't know, it just doesn't need to be that way. But yeah, I was just selling them on the idea that it allows us to overlap with who our coworkers are who we want them to be. If we want to spend our work day with our friends, we can. And if we are in different places, or even if we work in different sectors, then why can't we, right? If you go to a big office building in a huge city, you know, Wayne and Minneapolis or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they've essentially done, right, is taken these office suites, which they've got sometimes 200 stories of them or whatever the fuck, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're more or less all the same, right?
But, after the lobby, yeah.
Yeah, right. But then who's in them, right? And so in the lobby, even you've got a serious restaurant, maybe you've got a cafe, a coffee shop, you've got a newsstand, right? Maybe you've got the store or something, right? Okay, and then up from that, it's everything from accountants to software engineering firms to engineering firms to fashion houses to multimedia companies, lawyers, right? They're all politicians. It's all an office building, right? Mm-hmm. So why can't a Gather Town similarly just be a virtual office for whoever the fuck wants to use it?
I agree.
Right? Like, and so then I'm just like, well, one of the things they noticed is like Gather's very gaming forward. And I'm like, yeah, that was really smart about Gather because it is giving you a reason to want to come together because people want to come together to have fun. And so the more they do that, it's just building relationships. So I thought about this like with my church today, like there was all this time spent gaming. So there was a time where almost every Sunday we would, because it would be like nice out, you know, we would go play volleyball outside the dorms with the undergrads and shit. And then as it got darker, we would like go inside and play board games and shit and, you know, code names and shit like that. And it would be just like a setup and Gather. It'd be like, we'd just be in the student lobby. We'd be spread out between, you know, 4 or 5 different tables. At each table would be a different game, and whatever people wanted to play and or watch, they would, you know, go gather around that table and do so. And otherwise people were just spread out, you know, kicking it, chilling, chatting or whatever. And, you know, order a bunch of pizzas, done, right? And then even like our Bible study groups, pretty much one night, like a month or whatever, it was just like a game night / just social night. Most of the time we would chill and play games or watch sports games, watch football game or whatever after Bible study anyway. And then there were even nights where we just had like fun nights and dinner and stuff. And we would just invite like friends, family members, coworkers, or anybody. Like it was basically like a guest night. Mm-hmm. And the funny thing is I would always think it's hard to explain these nights to people because you would think it's like, okay, so you have guests come and then the mission is to secretly get them to like talk about the Bible or like join your church or come to your Bible study, right? And it'd be like, nah, not really, because like it's just not about that. It's just chilling, you know. You're just trying to like meet people and have some nice, friendly adult fun, you know. And then, honestly, from our perspective, as the people who actually are in the Bible study, this is deliberately our not Bible study night, right? So it'd be funny because people would come and they sometimes talk about their church experiences or, you know, where they're at with God or whatever. But we'd all be happy to get off it because for us, this is the night we're not trying to talk about the Bible, right? We're not trying to proselytize to you. We're trying to have some chicken carbonara and some garlic bread.
Right.
Watch the football game. If you want to talk about Jesus, that's cool, but you're welcome to come to any of our other Bible studies with me. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
And so people loved it. And I would be like, yeah, if you talk to those people, they would just be like, oh, yeah, I know some really nice church people. You know, once a month I go kick it with them, have a glass of wine, eat dinner. That's it. And so I realized that, you know, it's deliberate because it's about building the relationships and that is the purpose of it, you know, and you're just having fun. And so we learned so many fun games and you take the game seriously. Everybody's playing to win. Everybody's, you know, having a good time where people are just watching it, just eating, and so you create that overlap. So that's what I figured is great about James. I said James streams a lot during the day. So I know that's when people are working, doing things. That's kind of where I'm enjoying it. I'm working, doing stuff. So if you're in the saloon, then it gives people kind of a reason to be around, you know? And I need to do the same thing. Like I've tried to do the different shows from the church, and I try to do the some of my teaching stuff, like if I'm reading Rob's book or stuff, I try to do that on the university stuff. So I try to make sure I'm in gather pretty much around the clock. A lot of times I'm in my tent if I'm sleeping. But I try to park myself in the office and stuff like that just so that I'm around. But yeah, I'm just hoping more people do it. And I think over time, you know, it'll just grow. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's good to get people there to game, especially because for a lot of people, they're just trying to get away and take a break from, you know, real work or real life, real family stressors or whatever. And I hate to say it, even like apologetics, it's kind of unfortunate that we've made friends over a topic that's not always the most fun to talk about. You know, the cool thing about making friends that are wrestling fans is wrestling's pretty much always fun. And even when it sucks, it isn't difficult, right? It's still a fucking dumbass wrestling show, you know? So I think it's more important in our community because we deal with controversial topics. Like, I know James says this, right? Like, you don't want to get up in the morning and talk about something too heavy. You don't want to end the day with something too heavy. You don't want to spend all weekend thinking about abuse, right? Like, yeah.
Right. Hard to find that balance. I'm still trying to find stuff that the community cares about that isn't troubling or heavy or negative or controversial. Like, it's kind of hard. So I think I'm honestly going to start reading stuff. I'm just going to pick something like upbeat and positive and just read it, and then stop once in a while to like see, you know, who's saying what and shit.
Yeah, I've enjoyed reading Rob's book and trying to do a Vita Ed stuff. But by the way, guys, check out the stuff that's in the Darwin's Law channel on our Discord because we'll get back to that tomorrow. Yeah, I'm thinking about certain gaming things are very interesting to me. So also they're gateways, right? Like it really is. It's like an onboarding thing. One, you're incentivizing people to meet certain technical challenges. Like it's worth getting in there, right? Like here's a good way to think about this. The the reason we use things like StreamYard or Whereby or Restream is because it's considered easy for quote-unquote normies or boomers, or let's just say people who are not technologically, I say inclined. I don't mean, by that I mean it doesn't mean they can't do it, it just means they're not inclined to do things that seem like there's a lot of headaches between here and where they want to be, right? And that's mostly, to be honest, because they just don't need to. Like, what is there in their life that requires them to, like, learn some new technology to fucking talk to somebody? So they're like, if you can't call me, then fuck off. True. You call me or fuck off has worked for 80 years for a lot of people, right? So,
well, the new plan is just fuck off.
The new plan, right? So something like Whereby or StreamYard is just considered easier than something like Zoom to critical levels, right? Like there be no Atheist Experience or Pine Creek call-in show or whatever the fuck if those things relied on Zoom. Because all the 50-plussers who call those things and, you know, make that shit possible would have to download the app, create an account, get the link, get the password. It's just too many steps, right? Now, ostensibly, joining a Zoom meeting isn't any harder than calling in a Whereby, right? Like it doesn't require more technology, right? You already have an email. It's not like you don't have a Gmail account where I could send you an email with the link. It's not like you can't click the link and test your camera and your audio real quick. But it's like, and again, the motherfucking pandemic literally just made Zoom meetings everyday shit. So a lot of these same people who I'm saying wouldn't use Zoom to call in these shows, the crazy shit is I ain't even describing people who can't use Zoom. I'm describing people who already have Zoom on their computers. They've already had to use it to call in their grandkids or talk to their neighbors or whatever the fuck they've been doing since COVID, right? But they ain't gonna use that shit to call Pine Creek. They just not. Because Zoom's too much of a hassle. Whatever, right? So when you're looking at something like a Gather, it comes with a little bit more benefits, but there's a little bit more there's a lot more we could do with it, but you know, it's a little different, right? You got to create a little avatar and you got to figure out how to move them around and figure out where shit is, right? Which is why we actually try to keep everything centrally located. We load into that first area. If you scroll out, you'll see everything. There's a bridge to everywhere you need to go. And then instead of making things have like a bunch of entrances and exits so you can get to anything from everywhere, you can only get to anything. Everything kind of takes you back to the central compound and you get to everything from there. That way there's one main place to go from anywhere. Right, it's like a natural flow thing. You take that really obvious bridge, take back to the compound, right? And then there's a really obvious bridge that says church, right? Like, so, but even that, we'll probably make a map, right? And put it in Discord. But yeah, and so some of this gaming and stuff is like really important to make it worth, you know, some of those extra steps, right? And so that's why you like to have the community there. But something I was thinking about that's really interesting is like the example that came to mind was Tetris. Never really been into Tetris. It's just kind of it's just never been my type of game. But I like the fact that Gather has Tetris in it. And it's free, it's easy, it's really, and I've played it. It's actually fun, and it's great because Tetris is quick. It's like you can play it for 5 minutes or 5 hours, you know. But if you play it kind of quickly, it's kind of fun. It's very simple. It doesn't take takes a minute or less to figure out how to play it right. And what's interesting is I've now realized there's this whole culture of Tetris players, right? YouTube Punk and some other people in our community are actually kind of into it, and they've shared like competitive Tetris tournaments and streams, right? And part of the power I've realized is, well, Tetris is this really simple game, and it's been around forever, and it runs on fucking anything. You could probably run Tetris on a fucking potato, right? You could probably code Tetris in a couple days.
You can run Tetris on a fucking Tamagotchi.
Right, yeah. Like, it's just, you could run it on calculators and shit that you could play it on, right? Well, now, usually the key to getting into something like that is if you have friends or something that do it. So I just find myself now naturally inclined to, like, playing Tetris from time to time, because it's like, I actually now want to get pretty decent at Tetris because there's just Tetris machines around me, and I have a couple friends that I know play it. And, you know, I know eventually there'll be, you know, at least, you know, 6 or 8 of us that play Tetris, and we can actually have a fun Tetris tournament. Right? And then that provides enough incentive for me to, like, play it on my own. Well, now that I'm playing it on my own, there's a gazillion Tetris apps out there. And they all work the same, more or less, right? So any Tetris is Tetris. So now you can play Tetris online against fucking randos all over the world and shit, and you're more motivated to do that because you can actually take that work will pay off in being able to show how much you've grown to your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Where the motivation to get good at a lot of games is, 1, you don't know anybody that plays it. And 2, like, if you were to start, like, playing it online and shit, it's like, well, you get good at this game that you're playing online now, but you can't share that with any of your friends. So it's just kind of interesting how they feed off each other. You know, you're more interested in playing online because you have friends that play the game, and then playing the game with your friends makes you more interested in playing it online, right? And that's actually kind of a good thing, because even if your friends aren't around, you know, you have this now good hobby. Oh, I've got 10 minutes to kill. I'll play some Tetris. So I think about that, and I think Gather is kind of cool of making, and so we've kind of try to make gateways to other type of games, and then we've also deliberately had to think about gaming at different stages, because like Wayne's a real gamer. He plays fucking Overwatch and shit, like the fuking hardcore games where there's like leagues.
I beat all the Dark Soul games. That's what I like to tell people.
Millionaires. Wayne plays the games you can make $1 million at.
Right.
But and so does Lena and a lot of people. But that's a huge gaming hurdle for a lot of people. You know, they may not have a PC or a phone, or if they do, you know, that's it. And they don't have a gaming PC, they don't have a console. And so the barriers to entry are almost insurmountable to some people. And then the motivation is not there because the price tag's way too high.
Mm-hmm.
And then even if they could overcome the price tag, the learning curve is, forget about it. Not like they couldn't do it, but it just take a lot of motivation, and they have to be patient with themselves, and they have the time, and they're just a ways away from that, right? So I thought, like, we gotta have shit that if you just have a phone and the free Google Play Store, you know, there's like, we got a bunch of free to play games and we're all playing them, you know? That's why I love 8-Ball Pool on my phone, because it's a genuine free phone game that's super cool. It's easy to play your friends. There's a gazillion people playing it around the world. You've probably already got 30 Facebook friends that play it. You just don't realize it. And you could be playing a couple of them in it tomorrow, because it takes 2 minutes to learn how to play, and it's super fun. So, that type of thing is cool because now even if you're not in Gather, you can play with us. Right? I mean, you could see me and Joel playing 8-ball pool, be like, oh, I want to play. Cool. Pull it up in your phone, right? Like you add us, right? And then you could just play with us, right? And then that's another reason for you to join Gather, right? So it's like you're almost like bringing it out of Gather and then back in. You know what I mean? Like, but because if you want the full experience, you'd have to be like in Gather, because that's like the PlayStation party, right? Wayne, you know this, playing online games. You want to be in the party because you want to talk to your teammates, or in some games you want to talk to your opponents even, or whatever, right?
Talk that shit.
Talk that shit, yeah. And then it's really fun. And so what we have is potentially over that, because now we can talk to each other, but we could see each other and we could share our screens and we can, do all sorts of fun stuff. So I almost think of it as this is better than even like a PlayStation party. Because the PlayStation party is really just a voice chat with a gross and awkward text chat available that requires typing with a gamepad. No thanks. Right? Like, no, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, it just works. But then there's common games, or like another case, like Uncle Bobby's a great test case. He can have fun doing anything, but he doesn't really like video games. Right?
Yeah, he'd rather beat people up for real.
Yeah.
So I need to bow out, guys. It's
yeah. Sorry, James. Go ahead.
Appreciate you. No, it's good. So have a great night, guys.
Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow, James. Also, James, remind me, I gotta figure out that link thing to send you.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Have a good night, bro.
All right, man. Peace. See you, Wayne.
But yeah, like Uncle Bobby doesn't like video games, but that doesn't mean he doesn't like games. Yeah. So, that's where cards and dominoes and pool and also like Satan. What I always want to start with. It's like two of my favorite names: Satan's Little Helper and Stupid Horror Energy. But no, Stupid Horror Energy likes to stream UFC and boxing and pay-per-views. Uncle Bobby loves the fight game. So. So we could probably get him here so we won't get him in here to play fucking, GoldenEye, but if we could get him in here to fucking play some spades and watch Fight Night for sure.
I was gonna say you should get him to talk about some of his favorite like UFC matches or fights. See what he says.
Oh yeah, and plus I definitely think he'll come like to watch fights. Like if we watch fights, and yeah. You know what else he said sounded fun to him?
What's up?
Doing commentary for like Madden.
I think that would be cool.
Like he doesn't like video, but I told him like, yo, bro, they're pretty deep with like the strategies and the adjustments that they make, and people would love to hear you talk about that. He said, actually, that sounds like pretty fun. Like, yeah, the nigga knows some football, right? Like it's just virtual football, right? Yeah, like football.
I used to have friends that studied the playbooks. Like they would not study the actual real fucking playbooks when we was on the football team, but they'll study, the Ravens playbook for Madden. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how we learned that stuff. That's how I learned a lot of strategies for basketball and stuff, was paying attention to the plays in the video games. And that was how you learned history. That's how you learned players before your time and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, I just won another race. Feeling good over here.
Why can't I see it? I'm sitting here. We see SSX3 start. We've been seeing that for like a gazillion years, bro.
I have no clue. I'm over here having fun.
And I can't hear it.
I don't know.
We can see it now. We can see it now. We can see it now. Let's pause. Yeah. So this is a lot better.
Okay.
Also, I think we got to do play-by-play in here for Extreme Rules.
For Extreme Rules?
Yeah, because Stupid Heart Energy plans to broadcast it, to stream it.
I might not be able to do that. I might be working.
Oh, Sunday. You work on Sundays?
I work Sunday nights. I'm sorry.
And you haven't started taking off for pay-per-views, man.
I can't do it for like another month. I just got in the place.
Yeah. Like, Wayne, you know these are holidays and you can't. Although I would have also accepted, I only take off for the big four, you know, and I'd be like, yeah, that's.
Yeah, Extreme Rules, right?
SummerSlam, yeah.
Wait, is it Survivor Series? What's the next one?
No, it's Extreme Rules.
Oh, nah, I'll take off Survivor Series, but I can't do Extreme Rules.
Yeah. So, Wayne, I also think that should be the event that we're promoting right now.
What do you mean?
Basically, the Survivor Series. That's what it's got to be. It's got to be the Fall Classic.
Okay, so we're just gonna have we're all gonna take the L, and then Uncle Bobby's gonna come through like Braun Strowman, just destroy everybody and win the Survivor Series match for us.
Yeah, well, I guess we should. So how should we? I was thinking just calling it that, but that would be fun. At least if we did like one big squad match or something thing.
Yeah.
You know what? That wouldn't be a bad idea.
I don't think so.
Like almost like a 4v4 or something. Like main event. And then have a couple of smaller things before and have the 4v4 be like an hour. And then or let's say like 45 with some filler stuff. But in that sort of main event slot in the second hour, and then fill the first hour with like some smaller showdowns.
I think that'll work. Keep it to 4 matchups. I don't think we should do more than 4.
I think that's perfect. I was thinking 2 10s and a 20 or something.
Yeah.
Or 2 10s and a 30.
And a 20.
Yeah,
sounds great. Yeah, I'm ready for whoever. Like, I'm willing to be a part of it. Just tell me who my opponent is and what the topic is.
We should get people to record promos, like 2-minute promos or something, so that they to play before the things.
The whole week building up to it, we should be dropping promos and stuff and letting people hear, you know. Yeah, I'll go off the deep end.
I'm going way off. Yeah, I've already been thinking about it. I'm going way off.
This motherfucker has the audacity to come at us. Come at the champs. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to go crazy.
Yeah. All right, here's another thing I was thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about doing these events, but then keeping it to where we promote our own stuff that's follow-ups, where we do our WWE thing and we put them in the ring. That way we can have out the actual fights, and I figure we can actually have title changes and things like that happen in the ring. Because, you know, it's almost like these are the showdowns, but they're really the promos.
Mm-hmm. Right. And all this is the goal of all this is to get followers to come back to the Bundy Ranch.
Yes.
Stuff. And
yeah,
it could be like, hey, if you wanna after that promo, after the debates and stuff, hey, come to the Bundy Ranch and watch us wrestle.
yeah, we'll really settle this. You know, once and for all. We have
a ring. We have all that. We have a special room just where we can settle this.
Well, I thought a couple things. Number one, I thought it'd be good to talk to you about it from a promotional standpoint. Number one is you don't ever go into something like this and not have ideas where you want to take it. Like, you're not going in here like, oh, we're just gonna let the chips fall where they may. You're gonna go into this like, so and so is going to the moon, and so is a curtain jerker who I really just need to be fodder for my beast.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, I think we get everybody on board with the doing the stuff, right? Yeah. But we're working with people who don't know how to work.
James is coming along. He's starting to really get it. He's starting to talk a lot of shit and really understand the wrestling side of things.
I agree. I just mean in general. And I don't mean James. I think if anything, that's kind of what I was getting at, where I think of it like the Four Horsemen. I think of it like when I really watch, it's like you had this core of heels who knew how to really carry the show top to bottom. And then you had some babyface pieces around them who really could work.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're everybody else is just on the bus, right? Getting paid. Everybody else is on the bus getting paid. Yeah.
We talking about the Attitude Era.
Like, everybody else is on the bus getting paid. Everybody else, and so there's this sense in which on both sides of this, I hate to say this, like, you're always dealing with marks, right? The problem with YouTube is everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to look good, right? Yeah. Everybody wants to be popular. And so it almost feels like you're in the pre-pro wrestling days when you had two wrestlers who were going to get here and here, and they talk about handling each other and winning, but people quickly realize what you would see is two men wrestle and wrestle.
Mm-hmm.
And wrestle. And wrestle. And 8 hours later, they still wrestling. Right? Because there's no work here.
Right.
And if people want to go back and see the history of wrestling, this was the problem in trying to present wrestling as something that was consumable for people to actually watch.
Yeah, like way back in the day, it wasn't as engaging because the motherfuckers would fight for like 4 hours at a time, 3 hours at a time, and
until somebody until like one of them couldn't go on it, or you really tap that other motherfucker out, right? Like,
right.
It wasn't like UFC where it was like, look, I got 5-minute rounds, and if y'all don't take care of this in 25, then we just going to judge it, Like,
right. Strategy back then was like, all right, for the first 45 minutes, we're
feel each other out. Yeah.
Feel each other out. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what's going to happen with ours. Like, we're bringing everybody to format, which is great, but at the end of the day, nobody's going to raise each other's hands or say, you're going to deal with people, the theists going to be acting like they want. So we got to take that and then do the work. And that's where I think we could do that in the ring.
Yeah. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, because then we could actually tell fucking stories.
Yeah, and that's what's going to keep people around so much. There's a million videos of people screaming at Kent or whoever, but yeah, let's be entertaining with it.
And then it's almost like SimFed style, because what I loved about, except with certain exceptions, what I loved about, I shouldn't say loved, what was hard about the old way we used to do, eFed. So here's what's different about OCW Fed. It's great because you still do the message-based role plays, and the role playing is wide open. So some people do message-based role plays, but other people do videos or some mix of the two. Some people use the game. I threw in like GTA stuff. You could do whatever you want, right? So there's a lot of people in there who can really edit and do creative stuff, and so you get pushed like that, right? And people are telling crazy stories. Like, there's characters, like, you'll just be reading everything they do because they're just like, what? Like, what is this person got going on? But then the matches are actually competitive because we have a fair play system. So what I mean by that is we all have pretty much equal attributes. There's like a range, right? And then, you know, there's limits as far as like your abilities and stuff, and so that, you know, nobody's really has that type of advantage. And then even in the ring, like, you can't cheese. So like if you do a move that takes somebody off of their feet, you can, and they're down, you can strike them 3 times, or you can do like a grapple move. But like pretty much that's it. Then you got to let them up unless you go for like a submission hold or something. And so the matches flow and they move a certain way, right? And it makes it, 1, much more watchable, and 2, much more competitive. But it is competitive, right? Like, there's no prescripted outcome. Do you see what I'm saying? Back in the day when we did eFeds, when they were message-based, the role plays, it's like the cards were text-based, and you didn't have control over your match outcomes. They were predetermined by the staff. So the staff basically read the role plays and used who they thought did a better job role playing as the primary factor in the match outcome, but pro wrestling. Right? So there was always swerves and whatever, because it was like, yeah, you might have been the better role play, but we got a story to tell, right?
Right.
And so that added an element of indeterminacy for the roster. I always knew I was going to be the best role player. Everybody knew I was the best role player. That didn't guarantee me a win, right? Even when I was the champion, right? I was a champion. I was the top heel. I did the whole thing. That's how I learned a lot of this, right? I was a kid. I've been doing this forever. And I was like on an undefeated streak, and I was supposed to, I was 1 match away from winning the taking over the longest undefeated streak that the president had when he was on the roster, and he screwed me out of it. Fucking. I remember you talking. Fucking yeah, but I kept my title and I won a match by disqualification, right, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, it's just you kind of learn these things, and I figured like, yeah, we could do something like that to where, you know, you could have, say, Donnie go up against like you know, I don't know, somebody, you know, somebody, me or James or somebody like that, right? And you know, we all know, both sides know how they would feel the debate went, right? But they wouldn't know what's going to happen in the ring.
Yeah, that's true. How would you quote unquote choreograph that? You don't necessarily. It depends on what. So there's, and that's something to talk about. So there's always different ways to do this. So there's straight sim feds, and the straight sim fed is where people make created wrestlers, or they send in created wrestlers, and then the streamer will make a card and then probably do commentary, and then every match is CPU versus CPU. So they never know what's going to happen. Those are called sim feds. Oh shit! Because every match is a sim, right? They're really popular on Twitch.
And then there's sort of like what we did, which is like an E-Fed where people can control their matches. Versus the other person. That's competitive. It's called like a competitive E-Fed. My federation, LSCW, was like a hybrid. For the most part, it was a SimFed. Like, people sent me cause, and for the most part, I just put them in matches against other people's cause. I told stories, I built rivalries and feuds, and I just went with whatever happened. Right? We just kept track of it and knew what we had to do. And then we just told the story based on whatever the result was, which was kind of fun in its own way, right? But then I had certain cause that I pushed, or I controlled their matches because I wanted certain things to happen. And then I also let people do that. So people were allowed to send me matches if they wanted to. Or if you wanted to do like because I was trying to teach people the fair play rules, and we used those too. So if people wanted to like set up a match versus each other, and then as long as they use FPR, they could send me the match, and I'd use that. So that's where I kind of think we'd probably end up, where most stuff we probably just sim and we do the commentary because we don't really give a shit. But we might have certain stories that we tell that we just, and I think that mix goes in because people don't, but then that's like, we control that. So people don't, we do. Cause I like the idea of booking. I think, I like presenting, story arcs, right? And some of them they just require control. Yeah. So what do you think?
That's all good and well, and I want you to have enough people to do that. I know that we're gonna need a roster to keep it interesting, at least probably 15 people?
Yeah, the roster's big already. It's huge. It's probably the roster will be big enough. But definitely a big enough roster. The thing that I've got to figure out now is finding theists to debate. That's I'm trying to get into like Clubhouse and start leaning on different people because I think I've got to get outside of YouTube. Or at least this YouTube community, because we've got to find, like, I was excited when James was talking about the guy that's bothering him because he's like with it, right? He like wants the heat. But go ahead.
Well, that's what I meant by roster. I meant just other Christians and other people that are willing to interact on a consistent basis. And the only way to build that up is to go out there into the wilderness and find them. So, maybe not this specific space on YouTube, but it's hard to find places where like people debate and it's not like a fucking Discord hole in the wall where it's only like that small community. So I think YouTube is the best bet. You just got to keep cutting promos and calling out incorrect people until they respond, because otherwise your only other course is to like go through all the Christian debate Discords and try and find people that are it's just not worth it, man.
Yeah, I think some of that's getting a bit easier because I'm meeting some of these like, people that know creationists and theists to talk to. Because there are channels where I think that actually would be useful, because I almost think of them as like developmental, right? They're just cesspools of theists that are here to argue on the internet. So they're useful, right? Yeah. Even if you think of them as jobbers, because a lot of them could be. Hey, look, we just want James Apperson to just fucking beat up on somebody for 10 minutes on morality. Let's feed him this guy. He'll talk like a maniac, blah, blah, blah. We'll set up the match. James will powerbomb Symphony or whatever. Done. Yeah. Easy.
1, 2,
Yeah.
So, what's the best way to? I mean, who's next? That's the real question. We got the plan.
All right, so let's think. All right, so the thing about thinking about Survivor Series is like, all right, question this about Uncle Bobby: Do you start him at the bottom, like, and then have him just Goldberg people?
I give him the person who is the most full of themselves in their position, and just watch him just continue to just shit all over him.
But do you put it first or last on the card?
Let him open. Keep it interesting. YouTube is not television. Always put your strongest shit in the first 5 minutes. Like, I firmly believe that, because otherwise people are gonna leave and not come back, because there's infinite number.
That's interesting.
You know, there's all the content in the universe to go back to. Put your best shit in the first 5 minutes.
I like this. So I think wow. All right. So I like the idea of, I give that, yeah, all right, cool. What about we give that, I don't know, let's give that, how many are we doing? Are we doing 4, we said?
Just, yep, 4.
How about this? We give that 30. We try to get me and Sal to do 30.
I like that.
And then we gotta give something like, I don't know, 10 or 15. That could be where we get, I don't know, you and James in there or something. And then then we could try to get somebody big to do, like, if I could get Derek or somebody to do something to kind of like be a big headliner, or Erica or something.
Yeah, Derek's a big enough name where people come out the woodwork to.
Or Erica, if we got Derek, to try to get Erica to do it or something, give her enough time.
Yeah.
And then find somebody that's actually, you know, worth putting on the other side of that.
Mm-hmm.
But then this is kind of interesting, because I think, should we go to 5? Because I think we could go a little short. We could give, because I think maybe getting you and, because we definitely want to get, James has got to get something in there. You got something. And then the other thing I wanted to talk to you about is, who the fuck do we put Otangelo in there against?
I want to beat up Otangelo, but everybody wants to beat
That's
up
the problem. See, Otangelo's like your fucking, I don't know, like your fucking, you know, he's just one of them heels, right? That he's gonna make everybody look like $1 million. Everybody wants the chance to get in there and beat up on Otangelo.
Right, because he's Chavo Guerrero. He might be good at his pro wrestling and what he does, but like, he's still kind of shitty, and people want to punch him in the face like he has a punch. Chavo, not Otangelo, but yeah. Man, whoever. The point, we just need to get. We have our side set. We need.
Cameron says short and TikToks. Shorts and TikToks to help find theists. But yeah, all right, that's probably a good idea.
I sent you the thing. You just have to say, in the morning when you get in front of the camera, you just cut a 30-second promo saying, "Hi, I'm Jay Bundy," or "Hi, I'm Pocket Locker, and today I'm pissed off about such and such," and just roast them 15 seconds, and then say, "Come join me on my channel," or whatever. We will get people coming out of the woodwork at you. I guarantee it.
All right. Yep. I got lots of it. Offensive shit to say about Christianity, plenty of it on deck.
Yeah.
I really want to take down Sal. I think Sal just needs to go. Sal just needs to be dealt with.
Right. You versus Sal. God damn. I want to take on Otangelo, but everybody does because he's so bad.
Do you think we could get Sal and Otangelo together? Because me and you versus Sal and Otangelo would be fucking dope. But I don't know if they. Do you think they? I'm trying to think of who. Yeah, I'm trying to think if Sal has it, because Sal could tag. Sal has done tag team debates and stuff.
Well, that's a specialty because he's no good at one-on-one debates. He always does the tag team thing and then lets the other person say everything that he agrees with, but they sound a little bit crazier with it. That's like what he does. Yeah, he's real good at hiding. Like he thinks he's getting hot tags and shit, but he's really just
he's just coming in to take bumps.
Yeah, exactly. I still can't believe that motherfucker had the audacity to quote fucking Thomas Jefferson for like an entire video. The dude that like that was such trash. I want to see. I know James is sick of it, but I would love if we got Rebecca back on and just to have them talk one more time. Face to face, you know what I mean? Just throw her an email and tell her she can't run from the marketplace of ideas. She can't run from other people with different faith. I bet she comes roaring back and is, especially if Sal's involved. Yeah.
Man. We could do me, you versus Rebecca and Sal.
I'm all for it. I don't care who it is. Just know, like, I'm not going to be nice if you think I'm going to hell. I'm not going to be nice to you. You think I'm going to hell. That's the least nice thing I can think of.
Me and you versus Sal and Rebecca will be awesome. I wonder if we could get James versus this person, or we could get James and Otangelo on morality. I think we could do that. We got to figure out how to get Uncle Bobby in there against.
Oh, we got to give him an asshole. We got to give him, like, what's his name? Like Michael, I think Dyer. Like, we got to give him someone who's loud and full of shit and let them go back and forth. Because if we give him someone meek, he's just going to naturally overpower him. You know what I mean? But we want somebody who will shout back at least if we're against Uncle Bobby.
Or what about Rob?
Rob?
Somebody boring, vanilla, awful, who... No, I don't know. Do you think he could suck the chemistry out of him?
Nope, because most people can't be... Huh. Well... I have to think about that one, honestly. Yeah.
Cause you see what I'm saying? On one hand, it's like, this motherfucker, we just can't stand him. He's just boring. He's dry. He's the worst. Just let him have it. Just who cares? Just fucking rip him.
Yeah, you know what? That's what it is. I want Bobby to go out there and beat the shit out of the right to censor, because that's basically who what's his name?
Yeah, pretty much right to censor. Yeah, but there's definitely a lot of other things, because you were thinking somebody loud and obnoxious. That's kind of, somebody who will actually give him the smoke to sort of earn it back.
Yeah, we got to put him against one of those like flat earther assholes or something like that. You know, somebody full of bluster who ain't got standing on nothing, because at least, you know, most of the people he talks to that.
Now, he said he doesn't think S.J. Thomason will talk to him, but...
S.J.? I don't know S.J. Do I know S.J.?
She's trash, bro. She's bad.
Is he like as bad as Matt Powell?
No, it's a female.
Oh, is she as bad as Matt Powell?
Matt Powell.
Matt Powell's such a piece of shit, but he'll probably come out.
But you know what? I think it'll only be on if it's like Evolution or something, right? That's the thing.
Ugh. Only if it's on Evolution. Meanwhile, these theists speak on every single topic under the sea, because it's all.
Well, I just guess. I mean, I don't know if he'll talk about his religion or if he'll. But yeah, I guess I mean, definitely worth asking. Do you think they?
You should bring back the chicken fuckers, bro. You should bring them out, and we should just beat up on them.
Oh, like an EA Dawa.
Yeah, you should bring out.
Like a heavyweight showdown. EA Dawa, Uncle Bobby.
Former Nazi versus Muslim versus Uncle Bobby. Let's go. EA Dawa. God damn. It's American.
I think he would do it. I think he would do it. You know, he's definitely out there. He would bring a late night vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. I wish Canadian Catholic was still around. He's one of Darth Dawkins.
Darth would be a dream. I don't know how to get in touch with Darth.
I can't deal with Darth. Like, you know how people wanted you to go after Kent?
Yeah.
That's how I would go after Darth, but like times 50 because
I got no problem. Okay, so here's the other thing about this that I wanted to bring up to you.
Yeah.
A big part of this is we have to find the right moderators because the idea with this is to make the moderator the referee. And it's really huge. It's got to be somebody good because, or a couple good people if they have to get in there. But it's like,
let Derek be the moderator.
Yeah, because the idea is to let people go, but pull them off each other so that they don't have to be nice to each other.
Mm-hmm.
The goal is so that, you know, I want people to get in there and try to kill each other and have the ref stop them rather than they have to oppose each other but do this dance.
We should call it like word cage fighting then or something like that to make sure they understand that it's, you know, the brutality that we're going for.
Well, that's why I like the word wrestling because you want them to understand it's but yeah. I know what you mean. But yeah, that's what I think we're telling the people that are involved. Like, look, this is organized blood sport, you know. Or I'll give them the Vince McMahon line, you know, real men throw punches.
Yeah. I like that. This is an organized verbal blood sport. Bring your best, bring the best argument that you have, and we have good moderators that will keep you on task, but won't stop you from like insulting someone if you're on topic.
Right.
Yeah. And if that's like the feelers, if that's what you put out there for this event, I think it'll attract the right people.
Yeah, because then it's you know, Uncle Bobby can tell people they're sitting on some bullshit, and if they act all indignified, he can look at them and say, "I'm not here to be your friend."
Right. And if they talk to the moderators, we'd be like, "Look, he's attacking the argument. Sorry, you made yourself the argument." Like, you know?
No. I'm even going to tell the moderators like that. Like, that's how I'm going to... No, because I would even say, like, if an ad hominem, if it gets out of hand, but for the most part, I don't care like that. The thing I'll tell a ref is, like, if somebody can't handle an insult, like, just it'll be more like I'm telling the moderator to make the person answer the question.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like, the fact that they said, you know... I think you're an idiot for believing this.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, the moderator's got to be like, answer the question. Because that person's supposed to be like, I'm not here to make you feel good. I'm not here to make friends tonight, right? Like, that's what we're trying to set the stage as, right? Now, you shouldn't, you know, get up here and tell us your opponent's dirty laundry and not make an argument, right? You know, but... The whole purpose of this is that you don't have to be nice about it because there's a referee to make sure that you could answer the questions or whatever the fuck. Because I hate when I'm watching a debate and they have to sit there and be friendly towards each other or else somebody's going to rage quit. And then, you know, as soon as somebody really speaks their mind, the other person's, well, I've upset you and I don't know if we should continue this. Oh, you tapping out?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you. It's like watching celebrity boxing events where No, I'm not tapping out, but it's like they'll fight for 2-minute rounds instead of 3-minute rounds because they know that the way boxers fight in their bodies, they're used to the 3-minute rounds, and if they go into that third minute, they're gonna start throwing some real blows. They're gonna start actually hurting each other. So they cut it short before what we actually want to see. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah. No, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Sorry, I was referring to like in a hypothetical scenario where somebody tries to not answer a question or weasel out of something because they don't like the way the person said something. The rest response would be, "Oh, are you tapping out?" Like in other words,
I like that.
You don't have yeah. If you can't handle the pressure, you could tap out or answer the fucking question type of situation, right? Like, but you're not gonna rage quit because your feelings are hurt. That's not.
Or if they rage quit. We make fun of them for like 10 minutes about them being a bitch. I love it.
Yeah. It's forfeit and all of that or whatever. So I think it'll be fun. I also think it'd be interesting because you could start to get fan feedback and who won and use all this to hopefully create dramas and rivalries and the good ones you'll revisit.
Oh yeah, and if you keep the matches short, the debate short, people will definitely want to come back for more, including the competitors themselves, because they'll be like, "Oh, I didn't get to say all my stuff this time. I'll be back around." Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just short enough to leave the crowd wanting more. Yes. I'm about that.
So you put 4 or 5 of these short ones in. Oh, you know what we do? We do 5, we do 4, and we do one that's like the opener. The event starts at 8, but we got one at 7:30.
Yeah. Yeah, and that can be straight up like an undercard, like anybody who contacts us that's interested and we think that it would work, we can put them on the undercard.
All right. Other thing is we've got to get topics. We've got to do intros for these people. Mm-hmm. And then we've got to pick music and shit for them. But yeah, man, I'm really excited. I think we know our people will do it. And that's what we can count on our team to do, right? Is carry all these damn shows, no matter who they put us in there with or whatever the fuck.
Oh, yeah.
And then another thing is I got to send you a shirt. So send me a Discord, please, with your mailing address.
Okay, I'll do that.
And your T-shirt size.
Yeah. Give me a 2X. I'll send you all that in a little bit. I'm going to have to get something to eat in a second.
Yeah, no worries. And then the only other thing is I want to think about the fucking belts, man.
You want to design it? I can show you a website where you can design your belts for a decent price.
Yeah, you could. I don't know. I like the idea of just like having the belts. Like I actually like the recognizable belts.
Okay, as long as we don't get sued, I'm all about it.
I've been thinking about that, but I think it's clearly enough of a parody.
I sure hope so.
And then I also just think it's bad press to sue your fans for the most part. If it doesn't really, I can't see it materially. Like, I can't see anybody getting the two confused, right? Like, or anything like that. But that'd be kind of interesting.
There is a big difference legally between like Mickey Mouse and WWE. So yeah, they're not. Yeah, you're right. They probably won't come after us if we do this. As long as we're not making a shit ton of money.
Yeah. Plus, I just think it looks like you've got fans out there. I think that's what you want. But then I was like, yeah, well, we could change it to all elite words if y'all want to go that route. I'm just kidding.
I like that. All elite word wrestling, AEWW. That's what I like.
Yeah, all elite word wrestling. There you go. But yeah, man, I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. Uncle Bobby was like, we need to get out here and do something different. But yeah, man, I'm actually gonna I'll probably go over to. I was gonna play games and shit, but we've been running my damn mouth. I'm gonna order some food and then I'll fire up the casino stream and chill before I go to bed or whatever.
Okay. That sounds like.
What do I have to fucking do tomorrow? I have a meeting at 1:00, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm still good on time, actually. But yeah, I need to get some food. And I guess apparently I'm not feeling like cooking.
All right. Yeah, I might come on a little bit later. I'm about to go get some food. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, man. I'll catch you later. Thanks for coming on, bro.
Yep. Peace, everybody.
Yeah, later on, man. I noticed we had Lena and Melody in here. Appreciate all you guys. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna head to the Pinochle room for now. If anybody wants to head with me over there, I don't think anybody else is in here anymore. All right, cool. I think people probably went to bed. Cameron said he got a fitness YouTuber. Cameron, Rob and Uncle Bobby would be crazy. I do think Rob is hype that might do it though. It would be fun. All right, we gotta think about these ideas, y'all. Oh, y'all got me thinking about a lot, man. Y'all got me thinking about a lot. All right, now what the hell is going on? All right. All right. I really like this Italian calzone. Let's get that. Where's it at? Where's it at? Come on. All right, here we go. Add that. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Dude, I'm not seeing what I'm looking for here. What? There's stuff missing from the menu. Oh no. All right, here we go. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm so disappointed. I'm so sad. All right, I'll probably make dinner because I'll be less disappointed in my life. Let me see, but Rob would probably stress Bobby out maybe more than Otangelo. That'll teach me to bet against the fucking 49ers. Yeah, and fucking Zebo or whatever the fuck his name is, that dude that fucking does fucking everything. I didn't watch the game tonight because, YouTube. Also, Stupid Horror Energy, you're gonna do wrestling commentary. I might have to call Extreme Rules by myself because I think Wayne's gonna be working. So there's that issue right there. Also, I just looked at my phone and I feel like a Burke. I feel like a bad person, y'all. Jay's Clown Girl called me and I missed it. I didn't even have my ringer on. All right. Let me see. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna play something real quick. Oh, there was a new Uncle Bobby today. Duh. Let's do this real quick. I'm gonna go get my food set up so I can make some dinner, and then we'll be good. You haven't watched wrestling since Triple H beat the shit out of Kurt Angle. Well, you're gonna watch Extreme Rules, so get ready for it.
Today, now, if you have, all right, gang, let's jump into this shit. I'm not gonna lie, Uncle Bobby had like 9,000 things to talk about, so I pretty much got a week's worth of shit already lined up. So it was almost a coin toss on what I was gonna do today. Now,
give me one quick sec, guys. Like I said, I'm just gonna go preheat my oven so I can make my black ass some food.
if you have followed this show for any kind of time, look at Buddy sneezing. Okay, if you have followed this show for any amount of time, you know how much I cannot stand Christian apologetics. I look grainy, don't I? Who gives a shit? Let's just keep rolling. I'm in the living room. You know Uncle Bobby's got to switch shit up from time to time. Back on topic. I can't stand Christian apologetics, gang. I know this is an age-old practice, but I was not introduced to this shit until after I became an atheist. If you would have said apologetics to me in the 80s and the 90s when I was rolling, I would have said exactly what you would have said. What do you have to be sorry about? Then, it's probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing to hear about Christian apologetics after you dump religion. Gang, let me put my drink over here. Hold on. Because, you know what it's like? Go fuck yourself. Hold on. Now all this shit's just starting to come to me. Wait for it. Well, let's put the stand over here. I told you, when this becomes my full-time job, we're going to laugh on how fucked up I am. Now look at, where's Buddy? Gang, how the fuck do I lose a small blind dog? There he is, shit. Come on, little bastard. Okay. Now, back on topic. Now the computer's safe. Being introduced, that was a half belch. That was a full one, hashtag unprofessional. Being introduced to the foolishness that is Christian apologetics after you leave the faith, it's cleansing. Because now you are taking your Christian lenses off. Now you can see this bullshit for what it is. And you know what it's like, gang? It's like every single... You guys remember when bashing Tom Cruise was all the rage? And, you know, oh, Scientology's stupid. They believe in Xeno. You're like, fuck nuts. You believe that a little girl who's never had a dick inside of her gave birth to a baby with magic powers. Well, Robert, that's Jesus. Go fuck yourself. And so when you're introduced to apologetics after almost 40 years of being a Christian, now you're an atheist. And my first introduction, I told you, was that fucking tape of fuckface Frank Turk. And I'm like, people actually buy into this? And then again,
Yeah, Chris Benoit broke my heart. is one of my favorite wrestlers. He was just so fucking good. And then you felt that because we watched him fucking bash his brain in front of us, so that wasn't good. But yeah, man. Wrestling's fucking great, man. And these last couple years with fucking AEW on the scene, AEW's been awesome. The fucking indies are great. I've been watching New Japan lately. New Japan's been dope. TNA's fun now. Impact Wrestling, I should say. Sorry. Man, now with Vince out of the picture, everything in the WWE feels fresh again. You know, it wasn't a silver bullet, but shit definitely feels like it's fucking on and popping once again. And yeah, it's a great time to be a wrestling fan.
And I remember the debate.
Too much TV to watch, man, but that's a great fan, like a great thing. Like if it was like this when I was growing up, I'd have been fucking stoked. You know, I'm just a grown ass man with responsibilities now, but when I was a kid, and I wished there was fucking wrestling to watch every night and more wrestling to follow. Man, what a time to be a wrestling fan and be a kid. Right now, I'm just a wrestling fan, but whew. Really dope.
With Eric Hovind and Philip Gregory. And that's when I saw the word presupposition for the first time. And I told my very first instinct was they didn't mean to say that out loud, did they? You've openly admitted that you're lying. And so again, there's nothing redeeming about Christian apologetics. Now, gang, as we jump into the material today, I was on a thread last week. I did not participate. I did not think the tweet I sent out was really all that incendiary, but hey, I'm the atheist. A Christian that I do respect, and I do know him, and I like the dude. Of course, it was about Christian apologetics.
I'm making a pork tenderloin and some rice, guys.
That there are some respectable.
And then I'm going to bed. I need to...
Gang,
I'm trying to go to bed earlier and be all productive and adult-like and shit.
Debate this guy. I will not throw a punch at him. I'm just not interested. Don't ask me why. I've got no desire. None. So my only reply
Toothless
was
aggression.
So he gave me some fucking names, and I'm not going to lie. Did Uncle Bobby look that shit up? Uncle Bobby didn't look that shit up. Because respectable apologist is, to me, no different than saying that Klansman over there, he's not as racist as the other one. I just don't, again, if you've got the label apologist, you are un liar. Again, if the only thing you got to prove that your God exists, word games, asking unanswerable questions. Again, I say this all the time. And now, YouTube...
Gang, let's switch over to the Casino Theater and Arcade. I'll build a bridge tonight because I'm not feeling... it's a little bit earlier. I'm not feeling as lazy as always. So I'm going to switch over to the Casino stream. You'll see the start thing, and then I'll fire it up. We'll stay over here for a minute. But, yeah, let's go ahead and get on over to the Casino, y'all. Appreciate everybody.
Yeah, well. Too many hoes gotta stay out the way, especially the streets when they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case on a run on the low and he did the race. Caught a body, it ain't really shocked me. Rubbing on demon time since the bottom. All the bro in Miami, we sharing mamas. I wish I could've stayed in from all the drama. Rare roof, we was really there getting money. There's then with the place where the rain or sunny. Know my niggas won't catch me, I ever stumble. Know my team gonna pick up, I ever fumble. Niggas ain't winning, they really punt. It's in that location, we coming, so we loud guard of your niggas. We stay 100 if you been on my block, then we kept it coming. The plane cause I carry a lot of weight. FaceTime with my baby, make sure we straight. Breakfast with A with a start my day. Chop it with Henny and talk with A. Yo, we crack, it's my dog and we get it back. Champion style taking devil crash. And somehow I still go and I get the cash. But it ain't never been about the bag. I've been dipping in fashion, I'm about to spaz. Latest release like the sneakers app. So that don't worth more if you sell it fast. Made more off the merch than I did off rap. Made more than merch than you did off rap. Yeah. Made more off the merch off rap, and I ain't even had to mention my DJ Sesh. Yeah.
Said I'm gone. I 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 said I'm gone. Yeah.
Been going and going, and shit got my main line going crazy. Going, I've been moving strong, remember they tryna play me. Said I'm wasting money doing all